Namaste India. Welcome to Google Cloud Community Day India Day 2. This is Monica, Women Techmaker Ambassador and Google Developer Group Cloud Bangalore co-organizer.
Hey cloud enthusiast, I'm Priyal Jain. I'm a One Take Makers Indore ambassador and co-organizer at GDG Cloud Indore. Monica, day one was amazing, right?
Yeah, indeed. I pretty much liked all the sessions which were delivered by our expert speakers. I enjoyed answering questions during the icebreakers too. Priyal, how about you?
Oh, that's really great from your side, Monica. I love the diverse audience that we had yesterday. Also love the icebreaker sessions too as well. The splendid sessions that we had. They were all fun, right?
Well, I'm sure today we are going to have even more fun than yesterday. We have fun and knowledge packed sessions and a few surprises as well.
Wow, I'm super excited to take the event forward. Without any more delay, let's kickstart the event.
But before that, let us mention some do's and don'ts first. Be nice, respectful, constructive, while interactive on YouTube, live chat, or social media.
Do not post anything if they are adult content, rude, or offensive statements.
Do not advertise or promote anything.
Do not spam, post same thing again and again.
Harassment of any kind is not tolerated in this event, and failing to this code, you will be blocked from interacting on the chat.
Report to cloudcommunities@gmail.com if you find or see anything inappropriate.
To get most out of this event, you just have to keep two things in your mind. First, come prepared. The prerequisites have been emailed to you and are also available on our website, googlecloudcommunitydays.in.
And the second thing is be an active listener. Mostly the content is in workshop format. Please listen carefully while chatting on the thread and feel free to follow along with your laptop or desktop as well.
Also, those who have registered for Google Cloud Community Days India event, we will be giving away Quick Lab credits for free. So we encourage you to try the Quick Labs and use it as a playground to learn more about Google Cloud.
Here is the guidelines for winners list that we had conducted for the activities. The goodies will be given to the people within India only. Please keep your Twitter DM open to the public so we can reach out to you easily. Provide details within 8 days of contacting. The certification vouchers will be reimbursed only after you clear the certification exam.
And here is the swag you all are waiting for. A beautiful bag with a Google Cloud logo on it. And you also visit our website for the winners list as well. Moving forward, I'm sure you all might be waiting for yesterday's icebreakers. So here we are the results for activity
So
1.
here the list are Udesh Uday Kumar, Kevalya Shah, Krishna Pal, Eddie Javde, Money Money 112233, Vishwa Kanaria, Garb, Krishna Sharma, Harsh Gautam, Abhinash, Somen Bhasak, Sushrikant, Divyanshu Saraswat, Rishabh Mahale, Bhavesh Joshi, Pratap, Agraha Ghosh, Dheeraj Nimbar, Vivek Prakash, Mokshit Sri Vishnu, Samir Prajapati, Ishant Chawla, Rizwan Farin Khan, Prithvi Raj, Rohin Chabra, Suraj Bahadur, yours lovingly, nice name, Ashuto Pratik, Mudash Saxena, Rudransh Sharma, Surya Teja, Raghuvanshi, Nishant Chaudhary, Shivam Sharma, Shiv Prakash, Kushagra Agarwal, Pankaj Kumar Singh, Prem Prakash Tiwari, Raghav Verma.
So here are the results for activity 2. Nishrak Shah, Rishu Garg, Darshit Suratwala, Dipanjan Seth, Gautam, Anshuman Gogai, Shugan Rathor, Lakshman Avate, Vidit Nayak, Naveen Bardwaj, Nikhil, Umesh, Shanmukh Kotaru, Dhwanil Dar, Amisha Kirth, Sanjay Prajapati, Shrimji K.S., Kushagra Jaiswal, Aman Dikshit, Shanmukh, Balaji Maestro, Aditya, Shubham Pawar, Tanya Agarwal, Nitish Reddy, Akash Rathore, Santosh Shivkumar, Usha G, Tushar Moody, Rahul Singh, Ashwin Gopinathan, Yashwant Reddy Karnatakam, Amod Pratham, Shalka Mane, Unknown Indian, Umang Mittal, Rohit, Alok Saho, Priya Chaudhary, Priya Chaturvedi. So, congratulations to all the winners, and thank you everyone for participating. And here is one thing: the first eight activity winners will get goodies, plus you will have an opportunity to get the certification voucher. So, once you clear the exam, you will be reimbursed.
So there is no
And
live Q&A. So please ask question on YouTube live chat.
yeah, and so make sure you will have more fun today. So, how many of you are new to the cloud and want to pursue your career in the cloud? Do let us know in the comments below. Oh, yeah, I see a lot of us want to take our first step in the cloud. And I have heard AC certification is a good way to get started.
Yeah, exactly. With the AC certifications, you can prove your ability to deploy applications, manage operations, and manage enterprise solutions. Doesn't that sound like an existing career path?
Yeah, exactly. So, without further ado, let's get started on our ACA certification journey with Satish. Satish Vijay is an independent software architect, investor, and Google Cloud authorized trainer. He has completed 10 certifications on Google Cloud. He also runs a YouTube channel called Awesome GCP, where he teaches people how to apply Google Cloud and also prepare for the certifications.
Oh, great. We are happy to have Satish here to guide us on storage decisions on Google Cloud. Over to you, Satish.
Hello, and welcome to this talk on storage decisions on Google Cloud. Storage is very important across all certifications on Google Cloud. And in this scenario solutioning, we are going to look at different storage technologies. My name is Satish Vijay. I also run a YouTube channel called Awesome GCP that helps you prepare for various certifications. About myself, today I have pretty much most of the certification, pretty much all the certifications on Google Cloud. I'm also an authorized trainer on Google Cloud and one of the developer experts. As I mentioned, I also have a channel on YouTube called Awesome GCP where I help people understand Google Cloud and also prepare for the certification along with applying themselves in real world projects. So in this question, what we're going to do is we're going to simulate a situation or a scenario similar to what you would find in a real world project and also during the certification exam. And then we're going to look at the requirements and then solution them. So in this question, a retail company is moving all their data storage and processing to Google Cloud. You have been called in to advise them on the storage technologies to adopt. Which storage products would you recommend for these different stages? Their customers are presently based in London and they use PostgreSQL for their transaction processing. All kinds of data, CSV, JSON, Avro, PDF, images, videos, etc. need to be stored. They plan to use AI technologies to extract information from it. All extracted information has to be analyzed quickly. This will be a large amount of data. They intend to employ basic machine learning for predictive analytics, but they do not have data scientists or machine learning engineers. So let's deep dive into this question and mark out some of the key parts of this question that we need to address. Obviously, the end that we need to reach is to define certain storage products that are relevant to the requirements that this customer has. This customer is based in London. So typically this would be in a certain region, right, a certain area. And they're using PostgreSQL for transaction processing. Their requirements have it that they need to store a large amount of different types of files and not of a particular type, right? They've got text files, say like CSV and JSON, but they've also got other binary files like PDF, images, and videos. They are accumulating all this data, and over a period of time, they intend to employ AI technologies to extract information from it. So these images and videos typically are not queryable easily, right? You can't just query through a movie, you can't query through a song, but it is possible to extract information from it, put that into some kind of a database, which can then be queried. So we want to be able to accommodate a large amount of data. These videos and images are expected to grow quite a bit. Once that information is extracted, we want to analyze it quickly. Given that there'll be a large amount of data that we collect through this process, we don't want to spend a long time waiting for analysis to complete, and we want to quickly get that done. This company also intends to apply machine learning to the data that we've thus extracted. Right? So in doing that, today it might be very difficult to find data scientists and machine learning engineers because it requires more expertise. Right? So a technology that would already have that embedded, a storage product that already has that embedded, would be quite useful. So let's split these different things. Now, in looking at this question, I see that there are three different requirements that are asked of us along different stages of this company's requirements, and also for different use cases. In looking at the first one, we are looking at a company that has some kind of transaction processing, right? Transaction processing usually are things like financial transactions, where when you do a certain transaction, you need to ensure that everything is consistent. You cannot have one person who's reading the bank account balance seeing a different number than somebody else who is, say, withdrawing some money from it, right? You can't have different views of the same data. And therefore, to achieve consistency, you need to often lock these transactions or lock that area of the database such that one person is not modifying it while another person is modifying it or reading it differently. And these kind of databases are called they're called OLTPs, and they support transaction processing. Typically, they tend to be RDBMSs, relational database management systems, and they tend to support SQL, right? You query it using structured query language. In this case, this customer already has a PostgreSQL as their database, and it is centered around their users in London. So you can see that this is not a global requirement. This is restricted to one part one part of England in this case, or one part of the world, and not everybody across the world is accessing this simultaneously. The second architecture we are seeing a requirement for is what is typically called a data lake. With them collecting all these files, whether zip files or movie files or CSVs or waves or images or JSON files, they want to be able to collect all of this in some location. Right? Now, if you see most database technologies or most storage technologies, they support certain kinds of data. Right? So typically, you wouldn't put an image in a PostgreSQL database, right? You usually have rows and columns, right? You have got the tabular structure. But this requirement is not that. This requirement is usually for a landing site for all data that is coming in, right? You don't care about the data or what kind of data it is. We want to accommodate all of that, right? The idea is that you pile it on for now, and then later we will make a decision about how to analyze it, how to extract information from it. And it's possible that we don't do that analysis or extraction immediately. You could do it years later, right? So you collect as much data as you can and then apply analytics or machine learning at a later point in time. So this kind of requirement is called a data lake. So we need to look at a product within Google Cloud that is the equivalent or which supports the creation of a data lake. It's an unfortunate analogy that we are dumping everything into a data lake, which is obviously not very environment friendly, but that is the name given to this requirement. The third data architecture requirement I see is that of a data warehouse. Now, unlike the data lake, which has all this data and is not really queryable, the data warehouse is intended to be a data store that can also be queried, right? So in the data lake, for example, if you had movies or images, you can't query an image, right? You don't tend to do that. What can you do? You extract information from it. You take all these binary formats, you extract information from it, and you can load it into a database. Similarly, anything that is textual in format, right? Typically tabular structure and sometimes semi-structured data also, like JSON files, could also be stored in a data warehouse. And the idea is that this should allow a large number of analysts to simultaneously work with their own data. Right? This kind of a data warehouse typically tends to accommodate or needs to accommodate many terabyte and petabytes and even exabytes of data, because this is historical data that could be many, many years old, right? And even currently, the amount of data that is generated on a regular basis, on a daily basis, is so large that we want to be able to hold all of this information ideally in one place so that we can query it in a comprehensive fashion, right? We don't want to work on small bits of data here and there. We want to have a data store that can accommodate a large amount of data, but yet be able to process it very quickly. So the analysis and the speed of analysis and the ability to do ad hoc analysis, right? To just try out queries and all of that and say, what does this give me? If I did this, what does it give me? That would be beneficial. Also, in this particular case, if the data tool, if that data storage also allowed you to apply machine learning in some inbuilt fashion, that would be very useful, right? Because this company, they don't have specialist engineers for machine learning, or they don't have data scientists, right? So typical analysts, if they could do their machine learning themselves, that would be wonderful, right? And towards the later part of this data pipeline, they might feed it into some kind of visualization system or send it back to the customer. All those are later possibilities. So these are the three architectures, data architecture requirements that I'm reading from this question. And now let's try to dig a little deeper and see what it might translate to. So going into the analysis of the question, right? So first thing, the PostgreSQL database was based in London, right? It's a small region. And therefore the storage technology or the transaction processing engine that we choose, it is enough if it is region, right? So there might be both a regional service and there might also be a global service, right? And for us, the regional one is fine. They're currently using PostgreSQL, and the solution that we choose also has to support transaction processing. And as much as possible, it would be good to migrate like to like, right? If they're already on PostgreSQL, you don't want to change them over to a technology that is vastly different, which means that there's a lot more friction, there's a lot more effort required to get them into the cloud. So a like-to-like migration would be wonderful to have. In the second data architecture we saw was the need to have a universal data store, right? What we call a data lake. And we are given this information that they're going to use AI technologies to extract the information. Now, for the purpose of this question, that is not focused on very much, right? We're not looking at the AI and the machine learning part of it, but we are given a clue that there is going to be a large amount of data, and there is some tool that is going to pull out information from that and put it into some kind of storage, right? The extracted information is going to be put in some storage. And we can actually gloss over the fact in this question because we don't need to address that. What is the AI technology is irrelevant as far as this requirement is concerned. We do know that there's going to be a large amount of data. So ideally, we would want this data storage, what we call the data warehouse, to preferably be serverless, right? As more data comes in, we don't want this system to be specifically managed by the administrators to say, you know what, we're expecting another terabyte of data coming in today. Let's go provision new hard disks, right? Let's go buy new hard disks. Let's go set it up so that this new data can be accommodated. You won't be able to catch up, or is constantly going to be an effort to do that. So ideally in solutions like this, whether it's a data storage when we had the data lake or when we had the data warehouse, we would ideally like serverless technologies that automatically grow based on the demand for the data storage, right? We don't want to be provisioning it ourselves. And of course, this has to be analyzed quickly. And ideally, we would like inbuilt machine learning so that they can apply predictive analytics fairly easily. If you look at the available databases and storage in Google Cloud, you've got a whole plethora of options, right? You've got Bigtables, Spanner, Cloud SQL, Data Store, File Store, Cloud Storage, File Store, Persistent Disk, and BigQuery also. BigQuery usually comes under the grouping of data analytics. It is usually what is talked about when you're looking at analyzing the data. But remember that it is also a data store, right? And it is also a powerful data store because it can expand to almost any amount of data that you throw at it. It also has efficient mechanisms to allow the storage cost to reduce if you're not using it for a while. So all of these become the available solutions that you have, available storage products that you have on Google Cloud. Right? And when you're given a requirement like this in the question, it is up to you now to figure out which of these are the most suitable for your requirement. We obviously do not have the time to go through each of them in detail, but we look at a few of them. As far as the exam is concerned and your general learning, when you apply these in real world projects, do remember to understand what each of these stand for, right? And what are the underlying technologies. At a fairly high level, you can group some of the key technologies here into these buckets, right? Cloud storage is usually used for binary or object data. So if you have like movies, images, text files also, but you don't really care about the data format, right? So you just put that in there. And usually this is used for maybe even web serving, for backups, because you want to say, zip up all of this, put it over there. You want to serve a bunch of JPEGs or movies to your users, you can put it on cloud storage. In the relational segment, what you have are two options, Cloud SQL and Cloud Spanner. Usually this is for smaller scale systems and Cloud Spanner for large scale systems. This is able to, Cloud SQL is able to grow vertically, that in the sense that it tends to be regional, and you can increase machine size and capacity to have greater throughput. Cloud Spanner, on the other hand, is a horizontally scalable SQL transaction processing system, SQL based transaction processing system that allows you to have global scale. So if you're willing to spend the extra money for extra redundancy, you can go for Cloud Spanner. Usually these are used, Cloud SQL is used for smaller systems like small e-commerce systems or content management systems. Whereas for large scale systems, if you're having a global advertising software, right? Or if you're doing, say, for example, financial transactions that span the globe, right? You want to have a transaction that is happening in India to be consistent with something that is also being accessed from the US. You would want something that is globally scalable. So for those kind of things, you would use Cloud Spanner. In the non-relational database options, the key ones are Cloud Firestore and Cloud Bigtable. Cloud Firestore and Firebase is usually used for mobile and web backends. It's used as a mobile and web backend. It is useful for storing user profiles, game state, which usually has a lot of non-structured data, right? The way one person's game status is currently there right now is different from what another person's looks like, right? And they also want to have to continue to interact with mobiles and all that all the time. So Cloud Firebase and Firestore would be good options there. Bigtable is also a non-relational NoSQL database, and this has much greater throughput for reads and writes, right? But it is not, the transactions on that are not going to be consistent. They're going to be eventually consistent, and therefore, if you're using for some types of financial transactions, it might not be the right option. BigQuery is the ideal use case for an enterprise data warehouse where you have large amounts of data and you want to be able to query all of them from different points, right? From different users and from different applications simultaneously at scale. Now, from my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/awesomegcp, I have this flowchart that allows you to figure out what is the appropriate technology, storage technology to choose for different requirements. I would strongly recommend that you take a screenshot of this and keep it for yourself as a reference for whenever there is a storage-based question. Now let's try to solution the first one, right? The first data architecture requirement. What was the requirement? That is a regional service and that it should support PostgreSQL for transaction processing. The PostgreSQL part is not a necessity because you're saying that if they're using Postgres right now, they could shift to something else, I guess. They have not stated that, but if we could give them an option to go like to like, that would be wonderful. Now, looking at our flowchart, right? When it comes to transaction processing, typically it's an RDBMS and you've got structured query language support for that. So if you look at these three columns, you can see that this is for semi-structured and NoSQL databases, and this is for unstructured files like movies and zip file and images. This is a section you would look for ideally for structured and SQL databases. Now, within that, you can see that it splits later on among the options of Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner, and BigQuery into what could be considered OLTP transactions and analytic and OLAP, right? An analytics processing engine. If you look at analytics, BigQuery would be the right option, but for OLTP, for transactions, Cloud SQL and Cloud Spanner are the two options. So we can mask all the others and we can just focus on these two. Obviously, there are further differences between these also when you make a specific choice, but I've stopped at that level to give us a high-level view that we can later drill down into. Now, what is Cloud SQL? Cloud SQL is a managed SQL database service. So if you were running a database today, say MySQL or Postgres or MS SQL, these are supported in Cloud SQL. The difference between you running this yourself and that and this being managed by Cloud SQL is that Cloud SQL manages a lot of the administrative tasks for you, like backups, failover, updates, monitoring of the systems to know whether the database is up or not. All of this is going to be managed for you, right? If you are running this by yourself, which you can, right? You can set up a compute engine instance, a virtual machine, and say, you know what, I'm going to install my own MySQL. I'm going to install my own PostgreSQL. You could do that, but then all the task of maintaining the system becomes yours, right? And there could be additional overhead. Obviously, certain customers might want that. Now, in this particular case, the customer has not really said anything, but usually a managed service is preferable on the cloud than you trying to manage it yourself. Thirdly, Cloud SQL is a regional service, right? So this is not something that we would use in a customer requirement that requires consistent global access, right? So a large financial company or an ad tech company that is serving their customers simultaneously in multiple parts of the world, Cloud SQL might not be your option. If that was a requirement, then Cloud Spanner would be the better option. So for a quick comparison between the last two that we came down to, both are relational databases and both support structured query language, but Cloud SQL is regional while Spanner is global. Cloud SQL can scale vertically, which means that in one machine itself, the more capacity and power you add to it, the better it performs. Whereas in the case of Cloud Spanner, you're able to add additional nodes in different parts of the world to give it horizontal scalability. When it comes to the amount of data that it can process, usually Cloud SQL stops at a few tens of terabytes, maybe 30, 40, 50 terabytes. Whereas Cloud Spanner is able to expand into many thousands of terabytes, many petabytes of storage, right? So in our requirement, given everything, the right choice for us seems to be Cloud SQL, right? Because it is in a particular region and they're already using Postgres, and Postgres has inbuilt support in the case of Cloud SQL. So for data architecture 1, Cloud SQL with Postgres as a database would be the first recommendation. Let us now do a small demo of this to see how we can set up Cloud SQL with Postgres. So the way you do that is to go into your console, choose SQL, and once you're in there, provided you've enabled the API, you will get the option to create an instance. In this case, I'm choosing PostgreSQL, and I can give a database name. Let's say I call it PG1. Right? For the default user, I would like to set a password so that we can access it later. And I'm going to give a very simple password so that it is not a problem for us. Okay, so I'm just going to say welcome for now. That's fine. Given that this is a regional service, we need to choose where it is going to be set up, right? So scrolling down this list, we can see that we've got a data center region in London, and that would be a good place to have it. I really do not care which of the zones within that is going to be used, but so far we are looking good. If we want, we can have further connectivity options. I would like to access this database from anywhere, so I would like the public IP to be there. If you did not want this to be accessed from an external source and only from within the VPC, you could do that. Now, in addition to that, I want to be able to access it from my machine, right? And for now, I'm going to be a little a little less cautious in saying who all can access it. By giving a CIDR of 000/0, I'm essentially saying that everybody can access it. I put in the wrong location. Let me just do that again. I'm going to say let everybody access it for now. Yeah. So anybody in the world will be able to access it. And obviously, I'm not going to keep this up. I'm just going to keep it for the duration of the demo and then bring it down. So this is fine. The machine type and storage, I'm okay with this. But if you remember, Cloud SQL is vertically scalable, which means that the more virtual CPUs you put for it, the more storage and memory you give for it, the greater the throughput will be. For our small example here, I really don't care about increasing the capacity. SSD is going to be faster than the spinning disk, and we can leave that for now. We're not going to use this database for too long, and just 10 GB of space is enough for us. Everything in the case of Google Cloud is going to be encrypted, and I'm okay with using the Google managed keys for it. If you want, you can supply your own keys if there was a particular requirement to do that, but for this case, I'm okay. We're going to leave all the other things as the default, where you can choose when you want to have the database backups happening. I don't have any specific flags that I want to set for my PostgreSQL database, and the maintenance can happen anytime for me. With that, I'm going to create this database. Okay, looks like I've already had an old instance by that name, so I'm going to call this PG2. So let me do that. Okay, so at this point we have a database created. It took a few minutes, but it's ready now. We can do additional things with this database. For example, let's say we create a database here called MyDB, right? So inside PostgreSQL instance, we're creating a new database instance called MyDB. If you want to connect to this database using an external tool, you can do that, right? So the way you would connect to that is with the information provided here. This gives the public IP address. Let's copy that. Now let's move it over to SQL tool. So let's create a new one here. Let's add a new connection to Postgres. Let us call it PG2. And maybe books, PG2 books. The server host is this one. The default port is 5432. We know the username password that we need to use. Let's use that and connect to a database called say books, right? So let's see if that will go through, and let's try to connect. Sorry. So what we are trying to do here is to actually connect to a database called MyDB, right? MyDB is the name of the database. So let's do that, and now let's connect. Okay. As you can see now, we've got our database and we are able to connect to it. So we've set up the database on Google Cloud and connected using an external tool. Let's do some queries on this, and for this I've already got something ready. Let us create a table called products, right? And let's run this query, and you can see that the database has been created. Let's now insert a value into it. We've inserted a value, and if we try to select data from that database, we will be able to get all that information. The same information that we entered here is now available in the database. So the way you set up a Cloud SQL database is very simple. Go click a few buttons and you've got the database instance that you want, which you can connect using any other external tool and work with it like you would do in other cases. All right. With that then, let's get back to the presentation. So what you saw now was a demo of Cloud SQL and how we set up PostgreSQL in it and did transactions on that, right? So you can do all the other things that you want to do with PostgreSQL, say for example, importing the data and using it as a backend for the systems that you're running. In the second part of the data architecture requirement, we are looking at creating a data lake, right? So in a data lake, as we saw, we need to store all kinds of data, and we want to be able to use that as a central repository from which you can extract information and then maybe put that back. All of that is going to be in this data lake. Looking at our flowchart again, the options we have for unstructured files, right? So files like movies and images, they're unstructured. They do not have a tabular structure. They do not have a JSON kind of structure. They just have binary data. And the typical options you have for that are cloud storage, cloud file store, and a persistent disk. Now, a file store is a network attached storage, and that would be useful in certain kinds of situations where you want high throughput network storage. Persistent disk is what you have attached to your computer. So if you're going to be setting up a VM, you're going to have that persistent disk attached to that virtual machine, and that usually tends to be completely manually provisioned, and it also has limits on how it will grow, right? So for example, if you want to grow the amount of data you show, you'll have to go provision new persistent disk, and that's not very convenient. So among the options that you have, cloud storage is going to be the better option. Let's look at a few more details on what cloud storage is. Cloud storage is an object storage. Now this, in comparison to a block storage, right? In a block storage or on a hard disk, typically what happens is you've got these little blocks of a particular size and you've got your files spread across multiple blocks. If you read the data from any one block, you don't get information about the overall file, right? That is managed by the file system itself. Compared to that, an object storage stores all the information about the file as a single instance, right? So when you read a file or when you write a file, you're going to read or write it in its entirety. You're not going to look at one block of data, right? One part of the data is not what you're looking at. So this also used to be called blob storage, the idea that you put an entire blob and then you take out an entire blob. Cloud storage can scale to many exabytes, right? So this is going to be many millions of terabytes. So this is something, this is a storage technology that accommodates large amounts of data, and it is also going to be serverless, right? So every time you need to add more data, you don't need to provision a new hard disk, right? You just say, okay, I'm going to add more data, and cloud storage automatically expands to accommodate that. And of course, as we saw, this also stores any kinds of file, right? It does not matter whether it is JSON or CSV or image or movie, all of them can be accommodated. Cloud storage has a ton of other features that I would like to quickly walk you through. All data is obviously going to be encrypted, but you can also supply your own keys. You don't have to use the Google managed keys. You can do it yourself. It also allows for you to have inbuilt lifecycle management. So there are certain files, for example, you can say, I want immediate access for this for 30 days, but after that, I'm not going to use it, right? So you can say, move it to some other kind of cheaper storage. Or you can say, I need it only for 30 days, after that, delete it entirely, right? So you can have lifecycle management for these objects inbuilt. You also have the capacity for object versioning, which means that every time you update a file, it keeps copies of the older file also. So obviously there's going to be extra cost for the storage, but then you've got a history of what happened with that file. Right? So you've got object versioning. You can also have change notifications. Say, for example, you want to start a process, you want to kick off a compute process when somebody uploads a file, right? So that can be triggered from cloud storage. Say the new file is coming, now go run this process. You've also got different options that is a trade-off between how often you want to access the data and how much you're going to pay for it, right? So if there are certain things that you don't want to access regularly, you can put it in one of the cheaper storages like Nearline, Coldline, or the cheapest of that called archival, which says that, you know what, I don't intend to use this for many years, right? So that kind of data could be archived, and you will have a much lesser cost than you would have a standard storage, which is going to be regularly accessed. Finally, you also have multiple locations for redundancy. There is regional storage, also dual region storage, which says that, you know, the same data is going to be copied across two regions. And there's also multi-region where there's a larger geo, like say the US or EU or Asia, where they will have multiple redundant copies. So all of this gives greater durability to the data to ensure that even if one site goes down, you still have the ability to access it from somewhere else. Typically, cloud storage is used for archiving, for disaster recovery. It can be used for website content. If you're going to serve the same images or files that you want the user to have, and you want it, say, in multiple locations, you can do that using multi-region or dual region, right? So that becomes close to, you know, or that gets closer to the US, so that the access, to the users, so that the access to that becomes much faster. So if you're distributing these files for direct download, right, to multiple users, you can have this. So for any kind of storage of different kinds of data, whether it's for analysis, backup, processing, cloud storage can be considered a central repository, right? So put all the data in there, you take it from there to process it, and after you process it, you can put it back in there, right, depending on the data type that is. So in this situation where we want to have a data lake, cloud storage is going to be your best option, right? So take all your files and put it in cloud storage. Let us now look at a demo for cloud storage. So in this case, when you work with these objects in this object storage, you put them in buckets. And these bucket names have to be universal, which means that it has to be unique also. So let's try to create a bucket for ourselves in our project, right? And let's name a bucket with something like, say, welcome. And let's see if that will work. Now this says, you know what, welcome is not possible. Even though you have not used welcome within your project yet, there is some other project somewhere that is using the name welcome, right? And therefore you're not allowed to use it. So the name for the bucket itself has to be globally unique, right? And it is permanent. You don't get to change that. So let's choose something else that might work for us. Let us say we call it GCCD 2021, and let us see if that will work. Nobody else has taken that. That is fine. Let's continue to the next option. We've got an option of choosing regional or two regions, two specific regions. Say, for example, we have to choose Iowa and South Carolina, Netherlands and Finland, right? If you want to do this, you can. Or if you want a multi-region, which basically says, you know what, we're going to put this in US, Europe, and Asia, right? In different places in Europe, different places in US, or different places in Asia, right? So you can choose which particular multi-region you want to set. In our case, we really don't care that it is in a large geographic region, because we know that our users are going to be London, right? So we could choose in this case to just have London as the region in which we store our data. So that would be good enough for our project. Let's continue on, and the data that we want to store, at least in this requirement, looks to be something that we want to access regularly. So let's keep this as standard. For all the other things, we can choose the defaults and continue to create our database. As you can see in this case, we're just saying, you know, we are okay with using the Google managed keys. And if you wanted greater security in something that you need to ensure that you use your own private keys, you can do that too. For us, it's not a matter, so we can create this bucket. Once we have this bucket now, we can upload data into it, right? So one of the ways is obviously to use a command line tool called gsutil, GSUtil allows you to upload data, right? Like we would create data or create a bucket using MB. You can say copy the data from local to the bucket in our project. What we are going to do though is let us just drag and drop some files and all different files, right? So you can see a couple of them are a SQL file, some is a CSV, one is MP3, move, zip file, and all of that, right? So we can take all of that and say let us just drop it into um, let's drop it into our bucket. As you can see, it very quickly uploads and we've got all these files. So irrespective of the type of data it is, whether it's a movie file or a PNG file, some of them are actually zero files. They've just touched this file and doesn't contain data, but it can store any data type. And irrespective of the size of the file, it is able to accommodate that. So our data lake, therefore, is well handled by cloud storage as a solution within Google Cloud. Let's get back to our slides now. So we've seen the demo for cloud storage where we're able to put in different kinds of files. The third thing we're going to look at is the requirement for a data warehouse. As we mentioned, the data warehouse typically contains structured and semi-structured data, and you would ideally like to use a well-known querying language, say like SQL, right? You might some products might have their own custom querying language that might be more difficult to learn, but we would like to use something that is more standard. This data warehouse that we have has to accommodate a large amount of data, do the analysis quickly, and also support predictive analytics using machine learning. This would be great to have if it was there. Again, looking at our flowchart, we are looking at something that can use SQL and also is suited for analytics. So this would be for semi-structured and NoSQL data, this one for unstructured files. And what we're looking for is essentially in this column here. Right? So we can take out all the others. And within that, we are looking for something that can do analytics. And for that, our best option is going to be BigQuery. Let us look at some of the features of BigQuery now with respect to data warehousing. BigQuery is also serverless. So you essentially say, I am not going to manage the memory requirement, the hard disk requirement, and the compute requirement. I'm just going to put data into this. And when I query it, BigQuery, you go handle the provisioning of the hardware required to run these queries or store the data. I don't want to handle this, right? So, and you as a user just say, I'll pay for what I use. Right? It's same thing if you took a bus in your city, right? You're not going to go set up the seat or drive the bus. You just say, you know what, I just want to use this bus to go from point A to point B, and I'll pay for the ticket, but I don't want to handle anything else, right? So it just becomes easy to work with serverless solutions. BigQuery itself is highly scalable. It can grow to many petabytes of data storage. Even with these large amounts of data, BigQuery is able to analyze it very quickly. It takes me a second to run queries over terabytes of data. And the querying language is ANSI SQL 2011, which allows for a well-known standard, right? Which means that if you've used SQL in pretty much any other product like MySQL or Oracle or PostgreSQL, you can use that same querying language here, right? So the learning curve is very small and you are quickly productive. It also allows for interactive ad hoc analysis where analysts can go and say, you know what, I want to try this out, right? So you try it out quickly in the BigQuery console, you run the query and say, does it work for me, or change the query and then run it again. It can also accommodate pretty much any number of users, right? You're not paying for a certain number of licenses who can simultaneously use the system. So it's essentially pay for use, right? You use the system, you just pay for that, and BigQuery automatically grows to accommodate the data you store, the queries you run, and irrespective of how many systems or apps or users are currently using BigQuery. One of the other amazing features for me in BigQuery is its ability to have inbuilt machine learning. Usually machine learning takes more time to understand, to build these models. But with BigQuery, it is possible to use the standard SQL with some variations in the syntax to create machine learning models. So the way you do this essentially is to first create the model, right? And the way you do that is say create model, the same way you say create procedure, and give it some data. Based on this data, create a model for me. And once you have that, you can run your predictions on that machine learning model using a select query. Right? And this just blows my mind on how easy it is for almost anybody to run machine learning queries or to employ machine learning as part of their business requirements without having specialist machine learning engineers and data scientists as part of their team, right? So pretty much anybody can easily deploy machine learning models and use that to create predictions, right? And BigQuery supports that out of the box without any other special or additional requirement. So in our case, the best solution that maps a data warehouse to a storage product and analytics product within Google Cloud would be to use BigQuery. Okay? Let us now see a demo of this. So in our in a BigQuery console, what I've done is I've already created a data set. In our project, I've already created a data set, and I've also created another data set with some data from an open source data. I mean, it is an openly available data source, right? Which is the taxi data over the years in New York. And I've taken some part of the queries from this on Quick Labs, which is another great resource for you to prepare for the certification and even to increase your understanding of Google Cloud, which gives you hands-on labs to understand more. Let us now upload some data into our BigQuery tables, right? So I've got my data set there. Now we're going to create a table. Cool. I've got some pre-prepared queries. Let us run this. The first thing I can do is to upload some data from my local machine, right? So I've already connected my local BQ tool and the G Cloud tool to this particular project, and I should be able to create a database called books, a table called books, based on some CSV data that I have locally. So let us look at the CSV data. It's just a list of a few books and the authors and the publisher, right? So with this now, let us try to upload this into our BigQuery source, right? Or BigQuery sync in this case. So you can see that with this command called BQ, I'm able to load a local CSV file into my dataset, my CSV.ds, and it should have created a table called books. Let's go check that out. So here, let me refresh this. And under my project, I've got my CSV.ds, and under that you can see that a table called books has been created with some types. What I also did was to give this option called auto detect, which says that depending on the data in my CSV file, find out what are the column names, right? So you can see that the first row that we have in a CSV file is title, author, genre, height, and publisher, and that becomes the field names over here. And the data itself is available too. So this has easily been uploaded into our BigQuery storage, right? So let's close the rest and let's run some queries on our data now. We can see the data in a books table. Let's check that. Let's say from a books table, we want to be able to query this table, and we can do that. So here we are saying select star from this table. Now let's run this query. So the data in our table is now visible to us. So it's the same data that we just uploaded. This table was not there before. We loaded it, and now we are able to query that also. Of course, if we want, we can delete this table also. For now, let's do some additional work where we are looking at the machine learning capabilities within BigQuery very quickly. So in this case, we are first going to look at some data within an openly available data source, right? So here we are essentially saying we are querying this table, um, this table within BigQuery, right? And we can see immediately that this is going to process about 18 gigabytes of data when run. So it's a large amount of data. And if you run this query, we are going to be able to get that data. In our case, I don't want to query all the data. We want to do something a little more specific. So what we will do here is to select maybe a small portion of the data to just see whether it will work as we expect, right? So we've run a query on this table to get certain data about the table. So it's all very good. Since we have taken only a part of the table, you can see that it has not analyzed all the data, just a small part. So this will be much quicker and will also cost you less. Now, for our BigQuery table, we can also create a machine learning model. I'm not getting into the details of how we write the query, but we're just going to use that query now to create a machine learning model. So it goes with the way it starts out with saying create or replace model. So we're creating a new model, machine learning model based on some data that we provided. All right. And let us now run this query and let us see if the model can be created. What we're going to do is, because I've done this before, I can actually delete this model so that I can delete this model so that we create something new. So I'm going to delete this. Let's confirm the deletion of that. That is over now. At this point, let me run this fresh so that you can see our model is going to be created. At this point, the model has been created. I have fast forwarded in the final video. This has processed about 74 gigabytes of data in a matter of a little more than a minute, right? 1 minute and 17 seconds, and created a machine learning model for us. Now, this is just absolutely amazing, right? It usually takes so much more effort to create a good machine learning model. But at the end of this process, we now have the ability to do predictions on this model that we have. So we can look at the details of the model when it was created, what kind of model type it was. We use linear regression because we're going to predict the value. What is the value that we're going to predict? We want to figure out what is the taxi fare that we can expect to get. Now, in the final step for this, let us run predictions on a bunch of data and see if our model gives us a good view of how much we can expect to receive as a taxi fare. So the prediction is now running, and we can see for the data that we have, it has predicted a total fare. We've given it multiple rows of data as the input and saying predict the total fare that we would get, right? And that has done quickly for us. So in our example here, we have been able to use BigQuery as a source of as a place to not only store the data, but also to analyze it quickly and also use it to create machine learning models and then to predict using that. So with that then, in summarizing, we have seen that for this question, which had all these different aspects, right, to have a regional transaction processing system, a data lake, and a data warehouse, we've got different options that are suitable within Google Cloud. Of course, for other scenarios, you'll be using one of the other storage options. Now, storage itself is very central to almost anything that you do in Google Cloud, right? Any data that you're going to be processed, there's going to be a input source or usually also an output source. You need to store it somewhere, right? You need to persistently store it somewhere so that you can take it later. In certain cases like memory store, you want to have very fast access. Even if it's transient store, when the machine goes down, it goes away, but that's fine, right? But if it's in memory, it becomes much faster. So in those cases, you want to use something like memory store. And all these options are relevant for different kinds of use cases. So for you as a practitioner, and also as a person who's going to attempt the certifications, it's important to know not only all the storage options you have, but what they stand for, right? What is the underlying technology? And given different scenarios, you should be able to say, you know what, that won't work, but this one will work, right? So understand the underlying technology and apply to the appropriate use cases. Finally, practice with the flowchart. The flowchart is very useful in identifying the most suitable solution for different scenarios. With that, I close for today. I wish you the very best for your own learning and also for your certification. My name is Satish Vijay. You can find me on Twitter. I also have this YouTube channel called Awesome GCP. Definitely check it out. It can be very useful for your learning on Google Cloud and also in your preparation for the certification exams. Wish you the very best and thank you.
Thank you so much, Satish. That's an amazing session indeed to hear about storage decisions on Google Cloud by Satish. Also, we encourage you all to try out the quick labs and use it as a playground to learn more about Google Cloud.
And we want to thank all of your partners in making this event success as Brio, Tatvik, Nagaro, Media Agility, and Agraha Technologies.
Folks, how many of you have a few years of experience and are looking to advance or switch your career path? Do let us know in the comments below. Actually, ECE is a fantastic start which builds the way to professional level certifications. Our next session will cover Professional Cloud Architect. PCA will validate your ability to architect cloud and Google technology. You can prove your skill to design, develop, and manage secure solutions.
That sounds great. Today we have Rishabh to cover the foundations on building the rock solid defense for your cloud apps and work towards being a PCA. Rishabh is currently co-founder and CTO of Agraha Technologies and Avas.com. He is a computer engineer and entrepreneur by profession. He is listed as a Google Developer Expert for Cloud Technology and Media for Google for Startup for ICA, Launchpad Accelerator.
Let's welcome Rishabh. Over to you, Rishabh.
Hi, my name is Rishabh Asa. I am co-founder of Agria Technologies and GDE for Google Cloud. Welcome to Google Cloud Community Days India. I am delighted that you are interested in learning more about Google Cloud Platform security. Securing system is a hot topic and should be a priority for everyone today. And it's not enough to build something and try to make it secure after. Security should be fundamental to all the designs and not bolted on the top of all paradigm. That's why Google Cloud Platform built security to progressive layers that are integrated from the ground up. Today we'll be talking about Cloud IAM, which is one of the most important aspects of cloud security. Now let's understand what Cloud IAM is. Cloud Identity and Access Management, or Cloud IAM as it is known, lets administrator authorize who can take action on specific resources, give you full control and visibility to manage your cloud resources centrally. Means IAM enables you to create and manage permissions for Google Cloud resources. It unifies access control for Google Cloud services into a single system and present a consistent set of operations. Cloud IAM, as this is known, lets administrator authorize who can take specific actions on resources, giving you full control and visibility to manage your cloud resources centrally. More specifically, we will cover the resource manager and which enables you to centrally manage projects, folders, and organizations, as well as IAM roles and policy building, including custom roles and IAM labels. After this, we'll also cover IAM recommended, which helps you make sure users have only permissions that need to do their work and not more than it is required. Then we will cover IAM troubleshooter and audit logs, finishing with a look at best practices, including separation of duties and principle of least privilege. Since IAM lets you security principle of least privilege so that you grant only the necessary access to your resources and prevent unwanted access to other resources. IAM allows you to meet compliances clauses around the separation of duty. So now let's dive into Cloud IAM and how to centrally manage your resources with Resource Manager. Now, Cloud Identity and Access Management, or the Cloud IAM, it administrates and authorizes you who can do what on which resource in GCP. It provides full control and visibility to enable you to manage cloud resources centrally. Google Cloud Platform provides resources, containers such as organizations, folders, projects, which allow you to group and hierarchically organize cloud resources. This hierarchical organization lets you easily manage common aspects of your resources, like access control and configuration settings. This resource manager enables you to programmatically manage these resource containers. Now there are several objects that are important when discussing Cloud IAM in GCP. These objects are organizations, folders, projects, resources, members, and roles. Together, these objects form a resource hierarchy that can be managed using Resource Manager. This GCP resource hierarchy allows you to map your organization on these appropriate GCP objects. Just a second. अरे वो आवाज नहीं पहुंच रही. Sorry.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Yeah, there is a little noise. So
Please tell everybody to absolutely be quiet right now before we start recording again.
धनुष कोई है क्या बात? उसको बोला बाहर जाके कर आवाज नॉइस आ रहा है.
I can still hear the background people. Who are they?
Yeah, just. Should I start this?
You
from
can
this slide?
start from this slide. Start from this slide.
Yes.
Okay. Stand by. Just stand by. I'll tell you when to. 3, 2, 1, go.
There are several objects that are important when discussing Cloud IAM in GCP. These objects are organizations, folders, projects, resources, members, and roles. Together, these objects form a resource hierarchy that can be managed using the Resource Manager. This GCP resource hierarchy allows you to map your organization to appropriate GCP objects, present logical attached points for accessing and access management policies. The organization node is the root node of Google Cloud Resource Hierarchy. It is a super node for all your projects and resources that represent your organization. Folders can be used to implement organizational structure and group projects by department or team or applications or environment. A folder can contain projects or other folders or a combination of both. Organizations can use folders to group projects under the organization node in hierarchy. For example, your organization might contain multiple departments, each with its own set of GCP resources. Folders allow you to group these resources, for example, per department basis as well. While a folder can contain multiple child folders, other resources, each folder or resource can have exactly one parent node. Folders are used to group resources that share common IAM policies. You can use folder level IAM policies to control access to the resources the folder contains. For example, if a user is granted compute instance admin role to a folder, then the user has a compute instance admin role for all the projects in that folder. It is important to note that the use of folders in organization or to organize the resource is optional. Projects, however, are required in GCP. So any resource that is deployed must be associated with a project. Project provides many management-related features such as ability to track resources, quota usage, assign projects to different billing accounts, or assign manager permissions and credentials, and selectively enable specific service and API at project level. Now, many new GCP customers get started by logging into GCP console with the Gmail account. Now, Gmail accounts and Google Groups are often easiest way to get started, but they offer no centralized way to manage these users. So GCP customers who are also customer of G Suite or are using G Suite can define GCP policies in terms of G Suite user and groups. This way, when someone leaves your organization, an administrator can immediately disable their account and remove from remove them from groups using the Google Admin Console. GC customers who are not GCP customer, G Suite customer can get the same capability through Cloud Identity. Cloud Identity lets you manage users in a group using the Google Admin Console, but you don't have to pay or receive G Suite collaboration products such as Gmail, Docs, Drive, and Calendar. Cloud Identity is available both as a free and a premium edition as well. A premium edition also adds capability for mobile device management. As you already know, a role is a collection of permissions. You cannot assign a permission to user directly. Instead, you grant them a role. Members can be expressed as individual users, groups, domain, or even public as a whole. When you are the new project member to your project, you can assign Cloud IAM role to the new member using Cloud IAM policies. In addition to the members, which we already discussed, you can also grant roles to service accounts. Now, service accounts control server to server interactions and are used to authenticate from one service to another. They are also They also control what actions applications running under a service account can perform. For example, if an application is running on a compute engine instance and need to read a file from cloud storage, a service account with cloud storage object for your role can be assigned to the compute engine instance. An application running on that instance would then be permitted to read a file from cloud storage. The service accounts are identified with a Google managed email address in the end, like gserviceaccounts.com domain. By default, when you use service accounts with GCP, for example, from Compute Engine or App Engine, Google automatically manages the keys for the service accounts. The GCP managed keys are rotated approximately once per week or once in a week. However, if you want to be able to use service account outside of GCP or a different rotation period, it is possible to manually create and manage service account keys as well. Now, labels are created in the form of a key value pair and are used to help organizations manage your cloud resources. There are many resources that you might want to use labels for. To distinguish between resources owned by different teams for budgeting or for billing purpose, or for team or cost center labels. To label the different components or large distributed applications like front end or dashboard component labels, to show which system in your network are for production use and which are for testing environment labels, or to indicate the state of an instance or a resource. For example, if it is an active instance or one that is ready to be archived, then state labels and so on. So distinguish between virtual machines which may otherwise be virtually identical, VM labels can also be used. As with this, any type of data being exchanged or used within a system, there is a technical requirement for labels used for Google Cloud resources. Labels are not designed to hold sensitive information, and doing so may pose a security risk at your data. Many Google Cloud products and services support the use of labels. Now, in GCP, you can grant permission by granting roles. In this section, we will first review and take a more deep look what type of roles are there. There are three main kind of roles in Google IAM. Primitive roles, the role that can be hierarchically available in Google Cloud Platform Console. This role exists prior to introduction of IAM. Predefined roles, also sometimes called as curated roles, IAM roles that give uh, finer grained access control than primitive roles. Each GCP service offers a set of predefined roles. And then custom roles. You can define roles consisting of permissions and resources of your choice. The IAM primitive roles are applied at the project or service resource level and control access to all the resources in that project or resources. The level of access this provide is very coarse grained, and that is why they call primitive roles. Ultimately, they control what can be done on all resources in the project. There are three type of primitive roles: owner, editor, and viewer. These roles are concentric. That is, the owner roles includes the permission in the editor role, and the editor role includes the permission in the viewer role. The viewer role, as its name implies, provides minimal view or read-only access to a project and all its resources. The editor role provides ability to modify or edit all resources in project, as well as inheritingly all the read-only access from the viewable role. The owner role provides ability to manage project itself, such as deleting the project or adding or removing other members to the project, as well as all the editor's role permission plus read-only access from the viewer role. As you have seen, primitive roles are very coarse-grained and they are applied at a project level. Predefined roles give granular access for a specific service. Predefined roles are designed to map the job function. For example, a computer network admin or a security viewer or a storage admin, etc. Predefined roles are managed by GCP. So if a new feature or service is added into the feature, the appropriate permission will be added to the predefined roles that requires them. A predefined role is simply a collection of permissions for a particular service. For example, uh, in the instance admin, predefined role provides permission needed to manage Google Compute Engine instance. For example, some of the permission inherits in this role are like we can see in the custom role. The predefined browser roles, for example, provide read access to browsers to browse the hierarchy of a project, including the folder organization and cloud IAM policy as well. However, the browser role does not include permission to review resources in the project or view resources in that project. What if you need something even more fine-grained? This is when you might use a custom role, which will allow you to map specific permissions to a specific job and the roles. For example, maybe you need to define a privacy reviewer role, allow someone to use ability to audit data that is stored on Google Cloud Storage or Spanner or Bigtable or other data repositories. You can create a custom role which contains all of these specific permissions needed to do the particular job and with those only permissions. Just one concern that we need to take care is once the custom roles are created, you might manage the permissions granted for them. For example, a new data storage service which is created in the future that will need to be audited. The permissions for the new services would need to be added to your privacy role reviewer as well. Now, the cloud IAM policy is used to specify access control policies for cloud platform resources. A policy consists of a list of bindings. A binding is a list of members to a role where the members can be user account or Google groups or Google domains or a service account. A role is named list of permission that is defined by cloud IAM. So the policy or the resource hierarchy into the slide. A policy which is a collection of access statement attached to the resource. Each policy contains a set of roles and role members with resource inheriting policies from the. Think of it as a result of policy union of parent and research, where less restrictive parent policy will always override more restrictive resource policy. An organization policy is configured or it's a restriction defined by configuring a constraints for that organization. So in organization policy can be applied to the organization node and all of its folder or projects with that node. Descendants of this targeted or resource hierarchy node inherits the organization policy that has been applied to their parents. Exception to these policies can be made by only a user who has organization policy admin role. A constraint is a type of restriction that against GCP service or list of GCP services. So think of a constraint as a blueprint that defines which behavior are controlled and where you are limiting users to do certain operations. For example, if you disable access to serial ports and removing the ability to create service account, which is one created, this is a blueprint. Then you can apply to a resource hierarchy node as an organization policy, which implements the rule defined in this particular constraint. So the GCP service mapped to this constraint and associated with this particular resource hierarchy node will then often enforce this restriction and configuration to the within the organization policy. Now, I am cloud recommender. It's very important aspect where the cloud I am recommender helps us to enforce the principle of least privilege by ensuring that members have only permission that are actually needed. The cloud I am recommender evaluates on only the role grants that were made at the project level and they have existed for at least 90 days. It does not evaluate any of the items such as conditional roles or the role grants for Google Managed Service accounts or access controls that are separate from the cloud IAM. The recommender will suggest that you revoke an existing role with when it has been in effect for 90 days or more and when it is not been used within past days. The theory with this type of recommendation is that if the policy has been not used for 90 days, it means it may have been unnecessarily given originally or it may have outlived its usefulness. Now, removing such permission keeps your role burned down to only those permissions that are actually required, which is foundation of the security concept, as you can say. Remember, you may also suggest that the recommended suggest that place a particular role with another role or set of roles. For example, if a service account has assigned a role with the permission that are not used, it would be more secure if you revise and use a combination of less permissive roles and that have only necessary permissions for that particular service account. So the recommender may suggest that you add permissions to a role even if those permissions are not currently being used. Recommender uses machine learning to predict when permissions may be needed by a particular role in the future. So if those permissions are not required currently and which are enabled, recommender will suggest you to disable them or add them again. Now that your recommendation, all these recommendation can be found on the IAM page in the list of current roles for your account. Next to each role, you would see the over granted permission column. You will see one of two icons, a light bulb sort of icon that's either grayed out, and the golden or orange light. That indicates that there are recommendations available for that particular role. Now, if a role has recommendations, clicking on the recommendation available icon will show you more detail about the recommendation that you can then choose or you can dismiss it. If you change your mind within 90 days about accepting or dismissing the recommendation, you can use the Cloud IAM recommender log to revert this particular or reverse those decisions. While using Cloud Console is the easiest way to manage your recommendations, you can also review and you can also review or you can apply recommendations using the G Cloud command line and the recommender API as well. At least one person in your organization must have the owner role in order to uh, or in order to organizations for resources or function. If you remove owner role from all the organization members, no one will be able to manage projects. So if you need to revoke a primitive role, but you are using other access control measures, make sure that they still work after you revoke the primitive roles. So that planning of the role assigning is very important in that case. Right now this IAM policy troubleshooter or IAM troubleshooter that will help us more closely examine policies that are governed and user access to a particular resource. IAM policy troubleshooter makes it easier to understand why a user has access to a particular resource or don't have permission to call an API, for example. In order to generate a policy troubleshooter report, you need the email of that user who need access, the full name of the resource that need access, and the permission that you want to check against. So the troubleshooter will take this information and examine all the IAM policies that are applied to a particular resource and then report and whether it is found that permission for that user resource is list of available in the list of permission or not. It will also report on policies that are bind the user for those roles. For security reasons, policy troubleshooter can examine policies that the person using it has whether it has a permission to access or not. Because troubleshooter can analyze permission it does not have access to, it may not be able to fully explain a resource access policy. So if a maximum effectiveness is the overriding the concern, the member using the policy troubleshooter must be granted a security reviewer, or the role, if you say IAM security reviewer role. So there are, and then there are three ways you can access policy troubleshooter: by the cloud console as well, or by the G Cloud command line tool, or by policy troubleshooter API as well. How you choose to access the policy troubleshooter may depend on how complicated query you need to perform. So a simple query are most easily executed using Google Cloud Console. A more complicated or a programmatic approach, or if you want to try a programmatic approach, you would require G Cloud command line tool, or policy troubleshooter REST APIs also can be used to define those. I am Now this I am audit logs. Google Cloud Service run on audit log, run the audit log entire entries to help you and answer the question of who did what, where, and when within the Google Cloud resources. Now audit log entries allow you to quickly access and act on as unusual behavior. So cloud audit logs are encrypted at rest using the N20 or TOR256 encryption, and that will also help protect the rest of the Google infrastructure. So admin activity audit logs contain logs entries from administrative actions that modify the configurations or metadata of any resources. So for example, when user have created VM instances or changed cloud identity and access management permission on a resources, there is no change from using admin activity logs. So admin activity audit logs are also written and cannot be disabled. So which improves your resource, because you can be assured that every activity on this kind of records will be available for review later. If there are any problems which are analysis. In order to review admin activity logs or the audit logs, you must have cloud logs viewer or project viewer role as well. So that role also defining those roles are very important. Now the data access audit logs record when the API calls reads configuration or metadata of a resource. These logs are recorded when a user-driven API makes call that creates, modify, or read user-provided results or data. The data access logs can be enabled or disabled using the Cloud Console. You can also use the API or Cloud SDK to perform this task programmatically as well. Now this IAM audit logs, like something like sometimes if you feel like you want to keep like enable the data access audit logs, and that may result in additional log usage or charges on your project. So event audit logs are generally generated by Google system, so they are not driven by user actions, or indirect user actions is not involved. But system audit logs are always just written like admin activity or audit logs, so you can configure or you can disable them as well. So there is no charge for system event audit logs. However, there are logging usage limits which are there. But there are 4 ways you can review your audit logs on Google Cloud again. So the basic or the advanced log viewers, or the G Cloud command line tool, or programmatically using again the audit logs API as well. The Cloud Console log viewer currently supports only the viewing of log for projects only. So to read the entries for a specific folder or organization, we have to use the API or Google Cloud command line tool. Now, since we have understood some of the roles, objects, and members, or how the GCP resource manager works and service accounts and all, there are certain best practices that needs to be followed. So now policies. Now let's understand that what are the best practices defined by Google for IAM. Yeah. So first is to always use the principle of least privilege. which just means always apply the minimal access level required to get the job done. So if a particular role has too many permissions for the particular job, create a custom role so that you can give the permission down only with what is needed. So you don't have to give the entire uh, permissions to them. So that this particular philosophy of principle of least privilege is very important. And when creating policies, remember that a less restrictive parent policy. That so the less restrictive parent policy will always override a more restrictive resource policy. So we need to check when implementing these parent policies to make sure that you do not inadvertently grant more access to the child resource than you have needed. So, for example, if someone in your organization is a project editor, you cannot restrict their access to a specific resource within that particular project. It is best to use groups figuring the GCs. So assigning roles to the group instead of individual, it's always recommended and it's very useful. Now groups are defined and maintained in the Google admin console. So you cannot directly create groups in GCP console, but you need to use Google admin console for the same, for the G Suite or the cloud identity domains as well. You have to use Google admin console for that. They are not configured so that the group will definitely you help, and it will drastically reduce the administrative or administration that is needed to manage by the GCP admins. Only minimal changes will be needed within GCP, like once group and roles are defined. So then the user can simply be added or removed from group by a G Suite or cloud entity admin or Google uh, admin console. So that particular user will inherit all the policies which are defined for that particular group. Now, now we try to utilize these predefined roles if they meet our requirements. As like predefined roles are less administration, predefined roles are like managed by Google, and their permissions are automatically updated as necessary. So we will take care of the permissions and the roles and the predefined roles. So for example, when the new feature or services are added to the GCP, all the related predefined roles will be updated as needed. So custom roles, on other hand, are maintained, which are not maintained by Google, that needs to be managed by the admin. So when the new permissions or features or services are added to GCP, your custom role will not be able to update those uh, permissions or roles or features automatically. So admin will have to manually update or change the custom roles. Audit logs are the project level permissions which are changed. So this should be also used to audit any policy changes which are made. So again, to perform audit, export the audit logs to Google Cloud Storage, or you can export those using the BigQuery as well. Now exporting these logs to cloud storage or BigQuery can also allow you to audit logs that would be stored indefinitely. So, and you can always have this log stored on your Google Cloud Storage, so that it is not gone somewhere. So these are some of the best practices that you need to take care while you are designing your policies, or creating accounts, creating groups and users. Now, this was the idea was to give more overview about how this entire IAM works and what are the possibilities. Like we saw in the earlier slide, what are the features which are available, like GCP Resource Manager, which is very important. GCP Objects, how you can manage the GCP members. There are service accounts, how you can create and identify the service accounts, and how you can connect those with other services within GCP. Then there are IAM labels, which are very important if you want to identify certain resources. Then IAM roles, how you define IAM roles are very important. Then there are certain IAM policies that needs to be taken care. You can also use IAM recommender to give you suggestions, and then there are IAM audit logs, which needs to be maintained, and it can help you understand if something goes wrong. You can always audit the logs and understand what happened. So these are some of the ideas and suggestions that are there for to understand how this Google IAM works. You can find all these things in console. It's very easy. Google Cloud Console has the tab, select menu, and you can do all these things. So now since we understood this, like also I wanted to understand, like how do you try? Like you can just use go to the control, and you can go and try this using these steps. So you can have create some user and give them predefined role to access your GCP, or you can create custom IAM roles and provide permissions based on jobs that you have. You can modify the custom roles as well. So you can try these steps in the GCP console. Now, since we understood a basic or the overview of the cloud IAM, and since you all would be trying for cloud professional certification as well, so I have some questions, like what kind of questions that may come during the certifications. So we can we can go through a few questions just to get an idea, and you can also try to comment those questions, answer, like once you see that on your screen, you can try to answer that in comment. Maybe you may be right, so that also you can try. So yeah. So, like for example, there was one question like, let's say you are a project owner and you need your coworker to deploy a new version of your application on App Engine. So you want to follow Google's recommended practices, which IAM roles should be granted for that particular coworker. So the options are like, you can either add them as a project editor or App Engine service admin, or you can also have uh, App Engine deployer or App Engine code reviewer. So all this may sound similar, but the right answer is C, option C, App Engine deployer. So there are multiple roles which are available in this. So there is a link, you can check through this link. You see the list of available roles that can be given for particular operations or particular operation that you want to perform. So yeah, the right answer for this is C. Hope many people would have given the right answer. So now you want, let's say there is one more question that you want to find out who in your organization has owner access to a project called, let's say, my project, and what should you do for it. So again, these are options like in Google GCP console. You can go to IAM page for your organization and apply a filter called role and owner, or you can go to IAM and again apply a filter called role. Uh, you can go to IAM project, and for your projects, you can apply a filter called role.owner, or you can use this command like gcloud IAM, and then from your terminal, and we can get that. Or you can also use this command from Couchers. So the what could be the right answer for this? So like the right answer is B. That in the Google Cloud Platform Console, we have to go to IAM page in the project and apply filter. So that's very important that because this owners are we are looking for a of particular project. So that's why this answer B is the correct answer. Yeah. So let's say we need to define, like one more question is, you need to verify the assigned permissions in a custom role. Then what should we do? So we can use the GCP console and IAM section to view the information, or we can use gcloud init command and view the information, or you can use GCP console for security to view this particular information, or we can use GCP uh, console and API section to view this particular information. So since we have to assign permission in a custom IAM role, uh, of course the correct answer will be A, the option A, which is correct, because this is the role. Uh, uh, no, this is the correct console area, because to view the permission assigned the custom role, we have to go into IAM console for that particular project. So A would be the right answer. Now, this is one use case where, let's say, your company runs an application in Compute Engine, and for collecting users' monthly subscription fees. Now, this application processes these logs to users' credit card details on Cloud PubSub or using Cloud PubSub, and for subsequent payment processing. Now, how should we configure the IAM access between Cloud PubSub and the Compute Engine VMs? Now, so there are multiple options. Again, as we see that we can modify the VM access and enable Cloud PubSub IAM roles, or we can grant required Cloud PubSub IAM roles to a VM service account, or we can modify Compute Engine instead of a Cloud function that has appropriate Cloud PubSub roles, or enable. We can also enable or 2.0 for Cloud PubSub and configure the Compute Engine VM to provide a valid access token. So now, if you can see, the right answer would be B, because we need only to grant the required cloud plugs up IAM roles to to the particular VM service account. So that is very important when you know, because services are connecting, we need to use service account for that. So the B is the right answer for this. Yeah, one more last question is like say you work in a small company, let's say, where you should be able to view all the resources of a specific project, but you want to grant them access, following the Google's best recommended practice. So then what should be done? Again, there are multiple options that can be done, where you can create a script for that, or you can create a script using G Cloud IAM role create, and you can, for all the email address, you can have project viewer role, or you can create a new group and add all the users to the group, and then use G Cloud project, and I am policy binding with this particular project viewer role, and then group email address as well, or create a group, cloud group, and all members of that particular group using this particular project viewer manager. So if you see this, the correct answer is C, which says the create a group and add all users to the group, because Google recommends to use group wherever it is possible. For it is also one of the best practices that you assign, rather than assigning roles individually. You can probably assign, create a groups and assign roles to those particular groups. So these are some type of or some kind of questions which can be in which can you can come, or also when you are and practically working on any project, you might come across such situations where you have to decide that what kind of roles should be given, what kind of resources, what kind of members should be created and all. So you can when in some time I just can give you some overview, but there are a lot of resources available. There are a lot of quiz and questions available on Google Cloud Platform resources, where you can go and study more about this. Or if you have any questions, you can always tweet me or reach me out on any platform, and I'll be happy to help you on that. So with this, I would like to thank you everyone for attending this, and hope this was a useful session for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishabh, for such a wonderful and informative session. And also, we encourage you to try out the Quick Labs and use it as a playground to learn more about Google Cloud.
Monica, how did we forget to mention what we have for them for the day?
Oh, yeah, let us tell them about the job opportunities. Our partner, Media Agility, is offering some open positions with you all. Media Agility is a global digital consultancy building innovative customer experiences for this data driven world. Priyal, do you want to share how our Cloudians can apply for those open positions?
Sure, folks, all you have to do is hop on the Google Cloud Community Day India website and look for the job suitable openings and apply. If your profile is matching with the job requirements for sure, you will get a call from the Media Agility team. All the best, folks.
Hey Priyal, till now our weekend went on with learning, right? Why don't we take a break?
Sounds great. Let us guess what fun we can have now. Well, everybody let us know in the comment section.
Before that, let me tell you few guidelines for the activity. Use your Twitter name as your quiz username. Be on time. If you're late, you won't be able to answer all the questions. Try using a laptop. This works on mobile too, but a laptop will make it easier to keep up with the live stream.
So now let's welcome the activity host for the icebreakers here. Over to you, Arindran Vanshita.
Hello everyone, this is Vanchita Singh, your activity host today.
Hi everyone, this is Arinder Prakash Singh, your second activity host for today. We welcome you all here for this super amazing fun activity today. We hope you all have been enjoying the past 2 days of Google Cloud Community Day, and we hope that you enjoyed this part as well. So today we
So,
are having a fun
are you all
activity.
ex- are you all excited for it,
I'm
Aryan?
pretty sure I am.
Me too. So, let's start with the quiz.
So, guys, for joining the quiz, you'll have to log into slido.com and enter the code hashtag A665. You can also scan the QR code given up here.
Also, let me rule out the rules that you should use your Twitter handle username to join the quiz because we have to track the prizes for you. That
Yeah. Secondly, you'll have all the Pan India participants would be eligible to receive the goodies.
yeah. And third, don't write the answers in the chat box here so that you lose your probability to win. Please,
Your mistake, your loss.
true that. Yeah. So we are
Definitely.
seeing it's over like 1K.
It's nearing to 2K
I think
now.
I see. All right.
That's amazing. That's amazing. We'll wait for a couple of minutes, I guess, so that we can see more people.
Yeah. It's over 2K now. We are
Yeah,
like quite getting an amazing audience to play with us, right?
yeah. The activity host is the best part. Even I enjoyed the last two activities yesterday, and I was also excited to like be in this
To
activity
host
to
this
itself.
activity. Yeah.
Yeah. So these
Yeah.
are
The
the
activity part is
best
the
part.
fun part
Yeah.
to get
People.
into. After the
Yeah.
sessions throughout the day, we get this break part, 15 minutes of break to get to test our knowledge as well and to also get the fun.
Yeah, it acts as an icebreaker and also a test for ourselves that, yeah, are we actually
Sure.
learning something from the Google Cloud Community Days or not? But I'm pretty sure you will.
True.
Okay, so let's see. We are having around 2.5K
True.
participants, and let's start. I guess it's the right time to start, Vanshita.
Yeah, we should start now. So let's start. Yeah, let's have the first question here. Guess the GCP service. So Aryan, what can you imagine clue from what clue get you from the pictures?
I see something related to serverless, and the second image is something related to Blue Kit Kat, maybe.
No, it's
Or,
not a Kit Kat, it's
or
a container.
oh,
Please.
then maybe I
Yeah.
was confusing the audience.
Oh, there's a poll.
Okay.
So the maximum votes goes to compute engine. I see the audience has polled maximum for compute engine. So let me have the correct answer. Okay,
Oh,
Cloud Run was the correct answer. Well, we see
pretty good
because it
one.
was serverless and also it has like lots of apps in there. Yeah. So next question.
Let's move on to the next question. Guess the GCP service again. So I see a theater here, something
And
that
a
Vanchita would,
car with the wings. And a car
and
with the
again,
wings.
yeah, some future model car, serverless and
Yeah,
and something
a
related to
parabola.
mathematics.
A parabola graph.
We have
Okay, so a
most answers
narrow shape
for
between.
compute engine. That's pretty good. Let's see
Yeah.
what the correct answer is. Wow, the cloud functions is the right answer. So, folks, you'll have to play with your presence of mind and your brilliance as well. So, it's up to you. You'll all have to enjoy it as well. Just let's move on to the next question.
Yeah. Next question, please. Guess the GCP service. So there's a calculator, right?
Yeah, I guess that's a
And
calculator.
what's on the right
And
side?
it's something robotic,
It's
but I
a
think that's more like an engine.
yeah, it's a engine sort of thing and a calculator. Yeah, you are brilliant. Yeah, I know that. So don't do that. Okay, so this time also the maximum votes goes to compute engine again. So let's have the correct answer.
71% people have followed me and they have got the right answer. Kudos to you people.
You're genius. You're genius, Aryan, and the audience kudos to you as well.
But they can't trust me yet. Let's move on to the next
We
question.
are here for that only.
Guess the GCP service. Okay. So what do you see here, Vanchita?
A jigsaw puzzle and your Kit Kat sort of thing. That we call containers.
I'll correct it. Container it is. Okay, so let's see
Yeah.
what the audience gives the right answer. Okay. So Kubernetes engine has got the most number of answers. Okay. Let's see what the correct answer is. Woohoo! That's right.
Yeah.
Brilliant,
Our
brilliant.
our audience is brilliant. I think so.
Yeah.
They have learned very much through the sessions. So the next question. Let's move on to the next question. Yeah. Okay. So what do you think about the pictures, Aryan?
The jigsaw puzzle again, something related to data. And the third one is an airport or a metro station, I guess, because I love
I think so
traveling.
it's a metro station. I think it's a metro station. I think so. It's look like that. And okay,
The
we have the
answer
poll,
is
and the
related
maximum
to
goes
Apple.
to App Engine. So let's have the correct answer. Yeah.
Whoa.
Woo, wow. Nice. So most of
That
the people got it correct. App Engine is the correct
cool.
one, as it's a metro station plus the lots of apps. So yeah,
Yeah. So
move.
let's move on to the next question. So here we see something related to my bad chemistry and a motherboard as well.
That's
Let's
what you said. What you think it in these two flasks are?
Coca-Cola? No,
No,
that's
that
probably not the right
no.
answer.
Yeah, of
But
course.
yeah,
Okay, bare metal solution is the most answered by the people. Do you think so? That's the correct one?
maybe it is because
No,
it
no,
the
no, no.
flask
Don't
related
think so
to
because you have the bad
solution.
chemistry. Sorry. Yeah, you don't. So please, let's
Okay,
move on
let's
to the
have the
correct
correct
one.
answer. Okay, then now I am
People have
correct.
the good chemistry, I think so. People are good with the chemistry. They're good with the solutions. Yeah, they they got the clue, right? So next question. Guess the GCP service. Okay, in a calculator, a servo. There's no cross on it right now. What's the first
Yeah,
image suggested?
that's just a snowman, but I guess that would be something related
That is
to
melting one, or
data
it is
center.
like a distorted snowman, right?
Maybe it's something related to data center because everyone knows
Okay,
preemptive VMs
so
is the most voted
preemptible
answer.
got the most voted answer. Yeah. So let me have the correct answer.
Okay, so that's the right one.
Back
Pretty
to
good
back
guess.
correct answers by the yeah. Back to back correct
Some
answers by the
some
people.
consistent people are actually answering the right ones and they are feeling good and good that yes, I am doing something really great. But yeah, that
And
will be
also
worth it.
following you, right? Yeah.
But I'll
Mention that
definitely do
also.
that. Okay, let's have the next
We are
question,
here
please.
for that, Arindra.
Definitely. Okay, then we'll have to guess again the GCP service.
Oh.
Okay, what do you see here, Vanchita?
Shield, first of all, quite evident. And some mechanical engineer stuff with the gears and all.
No, 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 that's not
What?
definitely a mechanical engineering thing because there's a girl in it.
Oh, really?
But okay,
Okay.
that was a poor joke.
So,
Shielded VMs.
so we got shielded VMs as the most answered question by the audience. Quite evident
Okay,
one. I can see that.
let's see
So
what the
let's
correct
have
answer
the
is.
correct answer.
Okay, that was pretty predictable. I'll not at all appreciate you all because it was predictable. But kudos to everyone.
So next question, please. Again, guess the GCP service. Again, the jigsaw puzzle. Oh, that's the formula card or what?
That's something speedy. So maybe it relates something related to speed, or and then we
And
have again
servers. Yeah.
servers or data storage or
So let's
something
see.
related to that.
We
Cloud
got
files.
most answers for cloud file store. Well, see. Well, we will see which will be the correct answer.
Okay.
Cloud
Woohoo.
flight
Oh,
file stores. Our audience
brilliant.
is brilliant. I said that beforehand only.
Yeah, yeah, because they're following me now.
You are doing just Jai Mata Di. That's it. Okay, you're not
No, but
doing by your brain.
the question itself says guess. So why not?
Uh-huh. Of course, of
Okay,
course.
let's move ahead to the next question. Guess the GCP service again. Woohoo. This is something tricky and out of my mind as well. Maybe. Yeah,
I see the
definitely.
world map there with like some data centers, like that dots I think so represent some data centers or something
Maybe,
like that,
maybe. She's just
right?
confusing you. Yeah.
Okay,
So the correct answer,
so
like what audience thinks is cloud storage. Let's see what the correct answer actually is. It is cloud storage, and pretty good
see,
answers.
I am trustable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
I
trust
don't
her sometimes.
confuse you. Ah,
Sure.
okay, so next question. Guess the GCP service. Okay, that suggests me the infinite symbol and a disk,
In unlimited storage, maybe.
something related to
But
that. Yeah,
yeah, let the audience guess the right one.
yeah.
Okay. So the persistent disk has got the most answers. Let's see the what the correct answer is. Cool, 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 cool. That's nice. I'm feeling bad for those 1% people who have answered cloud file store. No problem, guys. No
Don't
problem,
feel
guys.
bad. They will get ahead in the future questions, in the next questions as well. Don't worry.
Yeah.
They will go with me. So,
Okay.
next question,
Moving ahead to
please.
the next. Guess the GCP service again.
Oh,
Oh, that's
that is
something
quite
related to me. Super talent.
how?
Okay. You won't understand because you don't have it. Okay, let's see. The second image is of something related to maps or location or geotag. Let's
Google
see what.
Maps that we use.
Okay, so we have local SSD as the most voted answer. So let's see what the correct answer is. 95% people have followed me.
We both are
Good.
trustable,
Pretty-
guys. You can
That's
trust
pretty good.
us.
Yeah, and we have around 3K people on our quiz. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we have next question. Guess the GCP service. Okay. A large number of disk. Oh, what's the third image?
Maybe
Aryan?
social distancing.
Yeah,
Uh,
COVID-19 time,
yeah,
absolutely.
but maybe
Precautions.
it
And a
says something related to
stopwatch,
contactless.
maybe. Okay.
Okay, so we have five
So
option here,
Cloud Big
and
Table got the maximum number of votes. So
yeah,
let's get the correct answer.
56% people were at
Our
stake. It had to be right. Yeah,
yeah, and our audience is like thoroughly following all the sessions so that they can get the correct answer. I see. The audience is very
yeah,
intelligent. Yeah, cool.
this was
So,
quite confusing. Moving ahead to the next question, guessing the GCP service again. The first thing says something related to serverless again, if I'm right.
And
The
the
second thing,
and
I
the
have no clue.
second one, something like a database. I think so. It's a
Maybe
database and
something
it's
related
cross,
to
like
that.
no database.
The third one
And
is
the
Google
third one
Docs, I
is a
guess.
Google Doc.
Yeah, Google Docs.
So I think so, huh?
Cloud Firestore has been the most voted answer. Still, 1% have answered Cloud Bigtable. Let's see who is right. Cloud Firestore.
Yeah. So Cloud Firestore is the right one. Yeah. They followed you, right? Aryan? No, no, not this time.
They sort of followed, but many are there in the wrong one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you got it wrong. You
So we
lost the
have the last
trust.
question for today.
Bad luck. Yeah. Last question. Red dot. Big red dot.
And something like an IC
Danger.
and a jigsaw puzzle. Maybe. I'm clueless about this, honestly,
What?
guys.
The red dot suggests me of danger. I don't know.
Let's see what the audience says. Okay.
Cloud Memory Store got the highest number of votes, 84%. So let's have the correct one. Oh,
Okay.
woohoo! The audience got maximum number of questions correct. The maximum number
Yeah.
of audience got a maximum number of questions correct. Like
Yeah.
kudos to the audience, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you, people. Thank you so much for being there, for being the part of this quiz and continuously following us. Thank you so much. We appreciate your presence here, and we like hope that you will attend all the sessions and get more knowledge about the other quizzes and get the correct answers there. So thank
Yeah,
you.
that was really amazing. We ourselves enjoyed a lot, and thank you everyone for coping up with us. And we hope that you liked the all the sessions and are still watching the Cloud Community Days. And this is Aryan and Vanchita signing off from this fun
Signing off.
activity. Passing over the baton to Priyal and Monica. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Arendra and Vanshita, for organizing this icebreaker activity.
Priyal, is it possible to analyze petabytes worth of data with blazing fast speed and the simplicity of SQL?
Well, it absolutely is. You can turn your data into insights with the BigQuery. Our next stop aims to help all passionate data engineers to build complex data pipelines on GCP. A certified data engineer makes data driven decisions by collecting, organizing, and publishing data by following secure and reliable data practices.
So, we welcome Anshul, who will talk about PDE certification, which with focuses on the best practices of BigQuery to help you build powerful data warehouses. Anshul Buddhiraja is a consultant at Media Agility, 3x GCP certified, a problem solver. She's a consultant, AWS and GCP with 11 plus years of experience. A highly accomplished leader, architect, and manager with a strong technical and functional knowledge of core enterprise systems and architectures.
Let's welcome Anshul here. Over to you, Anshul.
Hi, welcome to Google Cloud Community Days India. Hi, this is Anshul. I am consultant at Media Agility, a premier Google global digital engineering company. I am a Google Cloud professional data engineer certified. I am also a GCP cloud architect and associate cloud architect certified. So, why certification is important? I thought working on a project has taught me enough, but the kind of exposure and understanding I got after getting certified, I could got have only from the certifications. That's why I really recommend that you all take up more and more certifications. In fact, I'm sure you're planning to take one. That is why you're here for this session. So let me dive through talking about the certification. Who is data engineer? So data engineer is someone who understands how to apply technology to solve big data problems and have the ability to build large-scale data processing system for the enterprise. Saying that, let's so here we'll pick any a sample problem from professional data engineering certificate and we'll solve it together. So let's start with the problem statement. The problem statement says a logistic company is collecting multi-terabyte of structured tracking data every day in a table for analytics. The company analysts run queries on the data for certain period, say a month. Also, analysts in the company want to query the tracking data to analyze trends by tracking ID. We need to find out what would be the best method to store data in a most efficient and cost-effective way. So here the answer always lies in the problem statement itself. We need to find out the keywords in the statement itself. So let's dive in. Let's start finding keywords. So in this statement, keywords could be multi-terabyte of structured tracking data. For analytics, the third keyword would be queries on the data for certain period. The fourth keyword could be query the tracking data by tracking ID. And the last keyword would be most efficient and cost-effective way. Let's sort out all the keywords and try to find out the solution for the problem. Let's pick the first one. First is multi-terabyte of structured tracking data. So when you design any database, there are multiple options available in GCP. What we have to do is you have to ask which database is suitable for us. You can ask this by answering some questions like, is your data is structured? Yes, our data is structured. You can see the diagram in the right side. This is something that Google provides to figure out the right database. So the first is your data is structured? Yes, our data is structured. Then it asks, is your workload is analytics? Yes, our workload is for analytics. So we'll go on the right side. Then it asks, do you need updates or low latency? So in the problem statement, it says we are collecting data. It never says we are updating or something is with latency. So we are fine with that. So we are not using any updates. So the answer for this could be BigQuery. So now we have choose the database. Let's get deep dive into it, what it is. So BigQuery is a fully managed, serverless, highly scalable service. It is cost-effective, multi-cloud warehouse designed for business enterprise. BigQuery can analyze petabytes of data using SQL at blazing fast speeds with zero operational overhead. As far as security is concerned, everything is encrypted, durable, and highly available. BigQuery also can also do the real-time analytics on streaming data. So now we know what is BigQuery. Now let's see whether it is cost-effective and highly performance. For this, we need to understand how BigQuery stores the data and what is the pricing model for it. So how BigQuery stores the data? BigQuery BigQuery stores the data in a columnar storage fashion, which makes possible to achieve very high compression rate and scan throughput. It separates a record into column values and stores each value on different storage volume, whereas the traditional database normally store the whole record in one volume. What BigQuery does is it keeps storage separate and your compute separate. And BigQuery connects both of these sites with a petabyte of networks. So that is why it provides the high speed to get data from the table. Let's see whether it is cost effective or not. BigQuery pricing model is of two types, on-demand pricing and flat rate pricing. In on-demand model, BigQuery charges for queries by using one matrix, the number of bytes processed. BigQuery charges by amount of data stored in your tables and the data you have read in executing SQL queries against those tables. BQ charge for BigQuery charged data. BigQuery charge according to the total processed columns you select. You are not charged for the query which are returning any error, or it does not charge for the queries that retrieve result from the cache. Hence, there is a best practice we come through with this point, that when you select any statement from the table, always use the column name. Do not use it's not recommended to use asterisk sign or like select star from table name. Always use the exact column. The next pricing model is the flat rate pricing. In this, you purchase slot commitments dedicated every processing capacity measured in BigQuery slots. If your capacity demands exceed your committed capacity, BigQuery will queue up slots and you will be charged accordingly. In this model, your queries consumes the capacity and you are not charged or you are not billed for the bytes processed. Now we understand how BigQuery stores the data and the pricing model. Let's see how we can achieve this with this our solution. Let's first pick the keywords from the statement. The next keyword is queries on the data for certain period, and it is storing data on daily basis. For this, BigQuery has two options: partition table on day partition and wildcard tables. What are these tables? BigQuery partition table is a special single table which is divided into segments. It scans limited amount of data. So we have divided a big table into small segments, and we are querying only on the smaller portion. That is, and hence we are because we are scanning the smaller and limited portion. That's why it is giving us high performance and reducing our cost. So if you see the image, you can see how BigQuery stores the data in a column basis. And when we do the partition on the table, say day wise, on the you can see that how it looks in the you can see on the right image how it would look like. Like every column is divided into columns, and every record is divided by day partition. Now, what is wildcard tables? Wildcard is a way of performing a union on tables whose names are similar and have compatible schemas. In multiple tables in a single query, uh, the multiples table can be we can do a single query by using asterisk to match all the tables into the dataset with the same prefix. So for example, if you see the left side of the image, here we have dataset where we have events underscore GB, events underscore IT, and events underscore US. And all these tables can be queried in just one query and will use the asterisk sign in the from statement. So if you see the from statement in the right image, it says from event star. So this way you can query multiple tables in one query itself, in a single query itself. So how we are querying now? So in partition table, we are querying one table, while in wildcard table, we are querying on multiple tables. So with the performance wise, partition table would be our answer. Why not wildcard tables? Because when we choose multiple tables and more tables, the performance will get dropped. So that is why partition table will fit into this solution. Although there was earlier limit on the wildcard table for the number of tables in the data set, but now there is no limit with the number of tables. So we have solved two main keywords. Now let's go to the next part. Now the next keyword is query the tracking data. Query the data by tracking ID. For this, we can implement clustering on package tracking ID column. So let's first understand what is clustered table. In a clustered table, BigQuery automatically sorts the data based on the values in the clustering column and organizes them in optimally sized storage blocks. You can achieve more finely grained sorting by creating a table that is clustered and partitioned. A clustered table maintains the sort properties into context of each operation that modifies it. So every time you change any data, either insert or update, cluster table will automatically manage the sorting. Cluster gives you great performance and hence cost improvements as well. With this, we get the answer. So clustering also. So we have seen that how clustering and partitioning improves the cost. So now we get the final answer of our solution is create a table in BigQuery with partition on day and clustering it on tracking ID. So I have taken an example to show the same thing. And in the right image, you can see there is a Stack Overflow question example, a table where we have all the structured data. But when we have partitioned and clustered it, everything is divided into small segments and it is sorted by tags. So when you query on such tables, it is highly optimized and with cost effective as well. To see this, we can see this in a demo. Let's switch to a demo. So here, what I have done is I have taken a part of BigQuery public data. I have taken Stack Overflow questions of 2018. I have already created 3 tables. First, questions underscore 2018 is a simple table which has 236 of MBs of table size and number of rows are approximately 2 millions. And with the same data, I have created the partition table. So if you see the details, the table is exactly same. It also has 236 of MB table size and number of rows. But the difference is this table is partitioned on day basis. The third table is clustered table. It also has the same table size, same number of rows, but this table is also partitioned and clustered as well on tags. Now let's run a same query on these tables and see how it impact on the performance. So the first query is doing selecting ID, title, and few other columns from question underscore 2018 table, where creation date is between 6 months. So we'll do on 6 months data. And we are also using a unique tag ID as Android. So when I run this query, okay, it is cached. Let me switch off the cache. Okay, let's run it again. So as I mentioned, when the query is cached, you won't get charged. So if you're using the same query multiple times, just turn on the cache. See, now this query took 2 seconds and it processed 236 MB of data. But when we run the same query on partition table, It ran in 0.5 seconds and it only processed 103 MB of data. So you can see the high drop in the processed bytes. It's approximately difference of 100 byte but when you scan multiple GBs or terabytes of data, you can see the the more effect on the cost with this partition table. Similarly, if we run the this query, which is our partition and cluster table, between partition and cluster, you might see not you might not see any big drop, but when again when you do it for the bigger data, you'll see the drop. But this is how it works. You can see the difference in the simple table and partition and cluster table, the number of bytes BigQuery processed, how data is structured, and how it is fast to get the query. Now let's back to the presentation. With this, what we learned is always use the name of the columns in the select statement. So this is one of few are these are the few best practices when you work on the BigQuery, that always use the name of the column in the select statement. Do not use this select star, because this will process more data, and that means more bytes are processed and more cost we get. Another good practice could be if your data is huge, or if you can partition it on creation date, then use the partition table. And if you can sort your data on some column, and that column can help you in the filtering data later in the where clause, then use the cluster table. So these are the few best practices that you could do with the BigQuery. And in the data certification exam, I would always recommend go through the problem statement, find the keywords, and try to figure out the answer. Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions. Hope it is useful for you. Good luck for your exam.
What a great session it was. Thank you so much, Anshul. Also, don't forget to try out the quick labs and use it as a playground to learn more about Google Cloud.
Yeah, as promised, we have some exciting career opportunities from Brio, a premier G Suite India partner providing cloud consulting services. They have opportunities with exciting career roles listed on the job portal on the Cloud Community Day website. Do check out the jobs and apply for them.
Now, let's kick off the much awaited panel discussion with our cloud experts. Over to you, Pranay.
Happy evening, India. Thank you all for investing your time here with us today on a Saturday evening. Hope you're enjoying this beautiful evening today, and I'm thrilled to host you. I am Pranay from GDG Cloud, New Delhi. The Google Cloud community has always been growing, and while the community will always be there for you to learn and get together, it's the partners from the Google Cloud ecosystem who tie the bridge between the community, Google, and the end users. Today, I'm excited to hold a panel discussion with 5 other panelists from a Google Cloud partner ecosystem. It's my honor to introduce you to uh, Dharmesh from Agra, Shashi Ranjan from Media Agility, Abdul Maneem from Brio, Mohit Bhardwaj from Nagaro, and Romin Irani from Google. Without further ado, let's get started. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this panel discussion here today. To me, Google Cloud has always felt like calling, but I've had to face my own share of challenges in either landing a Google Cloud job or, given my professional capacity now, hiring Google Cloud talent. While there are multiple reasons for it, I wanted to have an overview from some of the industry experts such as you So, getting started, my first question is from Muni. Uh, Given that we wanted to create a positive impact on three types of people when we picked particular personas with regards to this event, uh, we wanted to target people who had an ops background, people like me who work with infrastructure on a regular basis. Then there are regular app developers who simply want to host their apps on the cloud. Then there are people who want to deploy data science workloads on cloud. Um, what skills do you see differentiate Google Cloud's flavor and are in higher demand as you see the market?
Uh, is that question for me, Pranay?
Yeah, yeah, it's for you.
Oh, okay. So, am I audible, everyone? Okay, okay, thanks. So, good evening, everyone, and I would like to start by introducing myself. I'm Abdul Muni. I'm one of the co-founders at Brio Technologies. We have been one of the premier partners for Google, and our partnership with Google has been a decade old now. So and I would like to thank GDG and to allow us to be part of this wonderful community days event. And I hope like the audience are really learning a lot and getting familiarized themselves with Google Cloud. So coming to the question, Pranay, uh, what I feel is when people first switch over to Google, working from other cloud providers, I think the first thing they notice is simplicity. Okay, so when we look at let's say a ops guy, or maybe a developer, or maybe a data engineer or analyst, I think the core principle of Google is to really make things simple and allow you to really focus on what you're good at. So just to give few examples on the ops sites, when like if you're coming from other cloud worlds and you are into Google Cloud world, you don't really get those lot of options. I know like really choices are good, but Google really gives you some limited choices, and really that does not mean you're getting limited. You're getting restricted to do what you can do in the cloud. So what it means is it makes things simple for you. Let's say you have to choose a VM, you just have 3 4 series, and what which one to choose, rather than going like 10 different series. And let's say you have to choose a disk, there are like you don't really have to worry of IOPS, where in other clouds you really have to be very cautious about IOPS, because that can really burn a big hole in your pocket when the bill comes. So I think you being a developer and you have a very limited knowledge of infrastructure or security, and you just know coding, you can come up with a scalable and secured application. Like Google App Engine has been for over a decade in Google, right? And we ourselves have been running our website on App Engine since almost like 7 to 8 years now, without really worrying about security and other aspects. So these are some of the things which really people will feel when they come to Google Cloud. And solutions like BigQuery, like you have this whole serverless data warehouse, where you just not only store data in BigQuery, and you don't really have to store it differently in for machine learning or to do your analytics. So it really is a simple solution. And sometimes it's very, customers are really surprised, or prospects are surprised that we are not doing a good job, because we are not giving them a complex architecture. The architecture which gives is really simple for them. So these are some of the things I think, like people will first notice when they switch to Google Cloud. And out of our experience, working with our customers and prospects, what we have seen is on the, and of course, like the ops guys, because the demand and the inclination towards Google Cloud is increasing. Obviously, the ops guys are in demand. We need people, like we need cloud engineers who have capabilities on Google Cloud. But for developers, like where I see potential is a lot of be it like digital natives, or be it large enterprises. They have applications who have like millions of users or whatever it may be, but they're not really cloud native. And a lot of enterprises have applications, maybe 10 years old, maybe 15 years old applications, and they want to leverage cloud, and leveraging cloud does not mean they just want to rehost it. We talk about refactoring, we talk about rebuilding, so that they can become truly cloud native, and they can be containerized. So it gives a sense of security to the consumers and customers also, that we are not tied to a particular cloud. To tomorrow we want to switch to some other cloud, we can do it, and we get that scalability, and obviously the security and all those benefits of going serverless. So there's a huge potential for developers, where enterprises, I don't think in the future there will be applications built which will run on VMs. Most of the applications are going to run somewhere in containers, which may be running in maybe on the Kubernetes, or maybe more abstracted services of serverless, wherever it may be. So there's a huge potential for the developer community, particularly the developers, to focus on building applications, cloud native applications. This is one area which I see. And coming to the data and machine learning, the overall perception of the customers, which we see is, there is a sense of agreement or a feeling among customers or prospects that Google is little ahead in terms of big data and AI and ML, because they have been using Google products, services day in day out, be it Maps, be it YouTube, be it photos. They see AI and ML in action, be it Gmail, right? So there's a sense of feeling that Google is better when it comes to AI and ML. And if you see most of the enterprises and digital natives, they have reached to a stage where they are matured enough to use infra. But most of them, I would say like 70% of them, have just realized that big data, machine learning would be a very key differentiation for them, and they have to use it. That sense has come in them, but they have not initiated that journey. So I see a great opportunity for people who are into big data, AI and ML, to really build up their skills or hone their skills, because there's a lot of demand for all these skill set going forward. Other skill set I would see is on the security, because more and more people use cloud. Definitely the focus comes on the security. So there is a lot of potential if somebody is really focused on the security aspect. So my ultimate thoughts are, whatever you're doing in cloud, be it ops, be it app development, or be it you're in data analysis or machine learning, you don't really have to worry. Everything has demand. You just have to keep honing your skills and improving your skill set, and there's a market for everything in the cloud particularly.
Thank you so much, Puneet. I take away that Google Cloud has been growing, and it's better suited. It's suited for everyone in every domain, and regardless of what background they come from, there's a
Sure.
market for everything. Thank you so much. My next question is for Dharmesh, and so Dharmesh, you've been a speaker at this event, you've been a GDE, and then again you're also a director of engineering at Agria. Now Agria is not is a Google Cloud partner, but it's primarily a technology organization. The focus is on voice-based solutions. Uh, how does a Google Cloud partnership help your case, and how relevant is Google Cloud talent for your organization?
Sure. Thanks, Pranay, for that question. And hi, everyone who's watching this Cloud Community Day event. Thanks again for joining in. So to answer your question, Pranay, we at Agraya, we are not just a tech company. We are a tech company which is kind of focused purely and heavily into the voice and the conversational aspects of the entire ecosystem. So when I talk of this conversational aspect, voice is one piece of it where we are heavily inclined towards, and there is a massive need in terms of the compute and the processing power that is needed. Just take an example of, say, for example, a voice bot. You would need that bot to be running in, say, umpteen number of languages. It might need to have profanity filters and a host of other services to integrate into. Now, when we as a company are building these kind of products, we need the best kind of resources in terms of the compute power, the API integration that is needed, and the entire ecosystem integration that is needed. And by far, by our experience, there are other players definitely into the voice and the assistant ecosystem space. But if I talk in terms of the general or the overall ecosystem, wherein we need to build SaaS products or any platform that can handle any given conversational platform. That platform can be ranging from a voice assistant to a chat messenger, or it can be something like even like those smart speakers as well. So there is a very huge ecosystem that comprises of these conversational chatbots and ecosystem that you talk of. Now, the most convenient one in terms of a backend, in terms of a robust platform for handling these volumes of the conversational aspects, is definitely the GCP platform, the Google Cloud platform. One major reason is, of course, it has a lot of integration capabilities when it comes to conversational AI. Plus, its added advantage, as Munim rightly pointed out, that a lot of services on GCP are ML driven, are data driven. So there's this the whole ecosystem around the cloud ML APIs, the speech to text, text to speech, and all the related APIs that are available are heavily robust, and I would say they are much stable. And I don't think there is by far a very near competition around that. Now, that said, I would say, yes, that is why we require talent and skill sets who do have experience on the GCP platform to utilize these products and services in the best possible way, in the most recommended way, in with the best possible architecture. And that is how we are growing as an organization into the conversational AI aspects, as well as into the skill sets around the cloud platform. So that is where we are expanding as well.
Sure. Thank you, Dharmesh. So I guess the takeaway would be that whether regardless if you're working in a service-based industry or you're building products or you're building like smarter solutions for like everyday modern solutions that businesses need to enhance their customer experience, um, there is a requirement for Google Cloud skills, and then it's at the center of everything that people are trying to build today.
100%.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Uh, Next question goes to Shashi. And so, Shashi, media agility is a prominent name in the Google Cloud space. And it's often said, and within my conversations within people in the community, with my reach with the community, and how it's in a privileged position that I'm able to connect with Googlers. It's being said that that media agility perhaps or probably has the highest number of certifications per capita. How do you think that was made possible, and how do you think that has helped the organization at large?
Thank you, Pranay, for that question, and welcome everyone who has tuned in to listen to this Google community event. To coming to the question, I think our management has a significant role to play in helping us achieve this recognition. The majority of us within media agility are from the technology domain, and we understand how credible the Google Cloud certifications are. We still needed that extra bit of motivation to get ourselves committed to the time and effort that it requires to achieve one. Uh, as the organization encouraged, recognized, and invested in offering rewards and supporting with training, and ensured that the team only focused on learning. Now, we not just learned technical skills, but also collaborated with colleagues globally. In one such initiative, We were teamed up with colleagues from different geographies and supported each other in getting certified. There are instances where team members stepped up and help other people learn a skill or a technology, and all these things come under the umbrella of aptly called Agile University, something that we take proud of in media agility. And with all this initiatives, it's remarkable and commendable to note that we have people who are from the non-tech functions move to a tech-focused client projects. Now, I guess the mix of this recognition and reward structure, the hard work of individuals, and this peer learning help drive the growth of certifications within media agility. And to answer the second part of question, certifications have helped the organization in three different ways. We know how difficult and hard it is to get the right talent. These initiatives have helped us grow our technical resource pool organically. Now, with 350 plus cloud certification, it speaks for itself, and it builds a trust with our existing customers as well as the new customers. And then, thirdly, we certifications basically demonstrates and differentiates us with other partners, and we are fortunate to get advocacy from Google Cloud itself, which always means good for our business.
Thank you so much, Shashi. So I guess then in that case, like the key takeaway would be that that organizations can empower people to learn, and then it helps businesses to grow, which in case requires more Google Cloud talent. And certifications are the key to get a are key and vital in getting a Google Cloud role. And they also help grow the business and your personal uh, s- career path as well. So yeah, that is what I take from it. Thank you so much. But then how, like, now I want to understand, like, how does this scale internationally, as you suggested. So I guess I'll take this to Mohit. So Mohit, as everyone in the room has been pointing out, hiring Google Cloud talent has been particularly a pain point for many organizations. There are multiple reasons for it out there in the market, in the talent market. But how has Nagaro, being such a large organization, been able to keep up with the pace and enable their people? And what role did Google Cloud certifications have in that journey? And how have you scaled this model internationally? How does this pan for you?
Okay. Thanks, Pranay, for the question, and thanks everyone for joining this event. I think it has been a very fantastic event so far, and I hope you learn from it. So coming back to the question, I understand that hiring the talent from the market is actually very difficult, and that is why we at Nagaro have a upskilling program that we are very proud of, and that program has done exceptionally well so far for us. And that program, we call it Nagaro University, which is basically to help people enable or enhance their skill sets while working on different projects by doing different type of work regarding doing POCs, doing some workshops, things like that. So the idea is that people, even though people are working on different projects, they are still able to learn different technologies, enhance their skill, and grow in their career. And certification becomes a very natural way to do that. And we Nagaro helps individuals to attain those certifications by giving them support. It could be financial support. It could be support from the project perspective, maybe giving them some leniency in their project or something like that. But the idea is that they get some support to enhance their skill set, enhance their overall perspective, because ultimately it all comes back to defining what is good for Nagaro, and that is to provide solutions for our customers. And I think with Google Cloud also this has been uh, worked perfectly well so far. So Nagaro has always backed such efforts and encouraged people to put time in certifications, which eventually paid off for enhanced skills and understanding of how cloud architecture works, because this is very important for people to learn. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Mohit. In this way, with your answer, my takeaway would be that organizations of all sizes and working across all industries are looking for Google Cloud talent, and certifications are again uh, are an enabler towards that journey. So yeah, thank you so much. Uh, Finally, coming to Roman. Sorry. So Roman, you've been part of the community. You've had that role. Like you've been a GD for a while. Uh, and like at Google, your role is to enable partners, right, for success. What value does certification hold for Google as an organization, as a provider of cloud services, and how valuable do you see them, or are they for partners?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thanks, Pranay, for the question. So, I think if I have to break your question into right, you talked from a perspective of Google, and you also talked from the perspective of the partner. So let me first address it from Google perspective. As Google Cloud Platform has been some sort of a late entrant, across various services. So one of the key things for us is to ensure that across developers, across organizations, awareness of GCP is key. And one of the main channels via which we target awareness is to ensure that certifications gets key importance at Google. So when we talk about certifications, within Google, there's a complete team that takes care of various aspects, finding what kind of certification should be there, giving learning paths, the partnership with Quick Labs, as you know about different credits. So there are various teams that ensure that all of these sort of engines are working to ensure that there's an optimum experience when it comes to certifications. Again, yesterday you would have seen in the inaugural keynote where we give different training or learning paths depending upon where your proficiency or expertise could be. So while we have some foundational certificates, it's important depending upon what different, I would say, uh, teams that are there within partner organizations, whether it's to do with data analytics or whether it's to do with infra modernization or ML or otherwise, there are different learning paths where people can specialize. From a partner perspective, before I come to that, we do give a lot of importance to how many certifications a partner is having, because that clearly indicates the commitment that they have towards not just the platform, but more importantly how they want to develop their own teams, their own people to go along the pace. So if end of the day, if the employees succeed, they get more knowledge, is going to transfer back into a win-win for everyone. Coming back to partners, there are various ways we evaluate partners. Certifications is one of the key things. There are also ways by which partners can further differentiate themselves, which is absolutely what we want. And we've got something called specializations over there. And what we mean by specializations is, you could say that as a partner, I'm specialized in data analytics. As a partner, I'm specialized in infra modernization. So towards each of these tracks, also we also see the specific certifications that partners have already got on the table. Partners need to maintain also a certain amount of certifications because that helps them to move also across tiers. And also we are interested in what's the kind of investment, what's the kind of path that they have moving forward when it comes to getting additional certifications too. So there are various metrics like that that we help. And finally, like you noticed yesterday, there's experience, there's certification. If you have both of them, it's a clear win for everyone. But even if you got certification, it makes the life much easier for a partner because they can definitely reduce the ramp time that you can start working on a project and things like that. So there is a challenge in terms of the number of resources that are there in the market right now. So one of the best ways you could do for your career is potentially, if cloud is of interest, if GCP as a service provider is something that's of interest, it's a great path to go into. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Roman. Thank you so much. I guess in that case, like the takeaway, then I take what I take from your question is that even for an organization such as Google, uh, certifications hold a very important aspect to Google Cloud as a product success and overall cumulatively towards their partner ecosystem as well. And Google is looking at where partners are heading, and certifications are an indicator of what the focus is. So yeah, thank you so much. Uh, so Dharmesh, you've known Roman since years now, and I
Yeah.
believe you both have been part of the community for a while, and I believe like the community has had a positive impact on both of you collectively, and also in your individual careers. Uh, Many people in Agra have, in some or other ways, contributed to the community efforts, be it the GDG communities or any other communities. What impact do you see the community has had for your organization at large?
Sure. Thanks, Pranay, for that question. And in fact, yes, to add to like what you said, like yes, I have actually started my cloud journey a few years back under the guidance of Roman. So yes, he is an absolute mentor for a lot of us actually, especially at Agraya. And in fact, if I talk specifically from the community reach for Agraya, I think almost all of us in terms of the leadership positions are running some community or the other in some way or the other sense. Like our founders are running, there is a GBG community which is more inclined towards the business groups. I'm running the cloud community in Mumbai. There is a dev team which actually runs, it's a different community more towards the voice assistant ecosystem. They're specifically into Alexa. So I think all of us are contributing in some way or the other by nurturing and developing a broad range of communities. And that is where actually a lot of networking actually takes place. And I'll give you an example. Earlier I was talking about more of the conversational platforms that we are building, and the need for a robust platform to kind of run these kind of services. Now it's like, yes, we have developed some platforms, and then you need to scale them up. Then how do you, like, what is the best way to kind of promote or reach over there? And communities are definitely one way to kind of find that talent, or I would say probably get a large outreach, okay, in terms of skill sets, in terms of your client base as such, and everything. So that's why like a GBG community kind of takes care of a lot of our sales effort over there. So I mean, if I tell you honestly, we do not actually need a dedicated sales team. Our community outreach is so vast that that takes care of the sales efforts. Our technical outreach is so vast that any technical issues that you're facing, we might just kind of drop in a note on our community channels, and we might find a ready solution. So I would say it helps in a lot of ways, I would say. And trust me, like, communities are I mean, real life stack overflows for us. I don't have to kind of go in on a browser and find it. It's like, I mean, of course, like with the post pandemic world, it's still changing, but yeah, earlier it was like, yay, hi, I'm doing this, and I'm skilled in so and so technologies. Would you be interested to join in at our organization? It was like so simple to kind of grab upcoming talent at any given conference. So that is where like communities have impacted us both in terms of business growth as well as technical growth.
Yeah, thanks. I could relate to some of them. You know, how we found some amazing people within the community to um, who've been there to just like solve our problems. The kind of networking that we built, it's just been absolutely been phenomenal. Uh, yeah, coming back, like I mean, then in that, I have another question for you, Roman. So as a partner engineer, how do you see adoption of Google Cloud growing in enterprises, and like success of Google Cloud? How do you see success of Google Cloud project vital for an organization's digitization? initiatives? Where do you see that going? And yeah, what's the relevance there?
Okay, so I mean, the first part of your question, obviously, around I would say how much of adoption of Google Cloud are we seeing? I would say I'm pretty happy to know that at least over the last 2 to 3 years we've seen significant adoption. Been able to get mind share both across developers and, of course, most importantly, from a business aspect, looking at the enterprises, organizations who usually, we would not end up being on the table itself when it came to discussing GCP as a viable option, are now beginning to see that more as a, equal provider that they want to evaluate. Obviously, the while there is success, we've got a lot of things to do, still, and potentially there, if you look at it, right, when it comes to maturity, we talk usually about the horizontal platform and services, but at times the organizations want to go a level up and want to say, what are the solutions that I can run? So really speaking, we have started to speak the customer language more and more. What are the pain points? What are exactly the solutions they want? And then show them how it could be done on Google Cloud Platform. So hopefully that's a path we have taken. While we want to be the best platform where you can run your workloads, it's also important that we solve actual customer problems and show how it's done, on GCP. That's key. Now, from a digital, I would say, transformation aspect, see, organizations could be at different stages in their journey. They could be taking their initial steps in the cloud, or they could already have embarked on a cloud and maybe are onto some data initiatives more instead of prescriptive, maybe the predictive things. So it depends what precisely where they are. So the point is that from a partner perspective, and also from GCP perspective, we would like to see how we can meet of these organizations. We show each of the solutions in areas, whether you're just trying to modernize, move to the cloud, maybe just do some optimization, maybe probably run some data analytics workloads. So I think partners can make a real difference over here, because that's really how we scale. Even if I look at just the partner ecosystem in India, we are looking at partners to help scale this out, right? So while we have the help and give them, it's partners who would go with their skills, with some of the solutions that are out there, and actually solve customer problems. Overall, I think I'm very optimistic on the path that GCP is onto. We've seen some significant adoption, and I'm sure some of my partner friends here have similar sentiments. Yeah.
Sure, Roman. The way I understand of it is like there's huge potential in the way GCP as a platform has been growing, and uh, people can be people can be convinced with and have like promising careers with how with multiple organizations with the Google Cloud journeys. And so yeah, thank you so much for that. Coming to Shashi, what do you think about like what Roman suggested? I believe like everyone in this room is of a common consensus that Google has been an innovator across many technologies and in general about how we live our life today. Like YouTube, Maps, like about 8 products that have over a billion users. And also, like from that perspective, Google Cloud specifically has also been a strong proponent of the multi-cloud strategy. How do you see Google Cloud's flavor as a differentiator, and why would someone want to look up a career with Google Cloud when there are more popular offerings out there in general sentiment?
Yes, there are more popular cloud providers globally, and Google Cloud is at number three within that public cloud space. But as Ronin suggested and basically enlightened us, one of the positives of being number three is that the adoption of Google Cloud can only go up. And this is one of the quotes that I heard from one of the industry leaders in one of the conference, and it resonated with me. So we are only seeing the upward trend, and the if I talk about the competitors, the skills in the marketplace is kind of saturated for other cloud providers, but isn't so for Google Cloud yet. So, in fact, according to Forbes, the GCP Cloud Architect certification has been the highest paying certification for the second year in a row. So now that could be a motivation for many of us, for sure. And the strategy that Google Cloud has for is a native security that's also published by one of the leading Forrester Wave, if I recall it correctly. The private managed infrastructure, which is the largest in the industry, it ensures that the information stays within the network, Google's network, and it's least exposed to public network where it's and the inherent risk that public network faces. Now, you touch upon the open cloud. It basically enables the customer to set up an optimal solution, whether they want to span their cloud to on-premises or to other cloud providers. You Anthos and Apigee are multi-cloud enablers, and Google has also been the number one contributor to cloud native computing foundations, uh, industry leading solutions, Kubernetes and TensorFlow. They're all developed at Google's and now are being supported by other competitors. Uh, my friend Monin talked about the automated managed services. BigQuery is an example. It takes the guesswork uh, out of the cloud. Basically, if you look at the competitive products in AWS and Azure, you do have to do some manual setup, which is not the case with BigQuery. Similarly, for AI and ML, you don't need data scientists within your organization to get into that insights and do some future predictions. It's all inbuilt, and it's very easy to use in Google Cloud environment. So in a nutshell, I think most of the innovations are on GCP. And if somebody is wanting to start a career with GCP, it's very easy to get started on. Google gives a generous $300 credits to spend over a year. And it it also has like a free tier for most of the services as well. And to just get started with the learning, all you need is a browser with a solid internet connection, and you have a browser based cloud shell, which is your online development and operations environment, and it has support for popular languages as well. And so, and I could go on and on. So Google is really proving competent in uh, scalability, security, and AI, the three pillars that usually most of the customers look for in the public cloud. And as Google Cloud engineers, we are taking this cloud to businesses. And some of these reasons, I think it's a good move for somebody to start a career with Google Cloud.
Thank you so much, Shashi. I could relate to that aspect wherein I started my Google Cloud. Pursuing Google Cloud also came out of a factor that market for other cloud providers is kind of saturated, and Google is like still growing. There are a lot of organizations adopting, and yeah, thank you so much. Uh, so coming up next, one of the most common questions and very popular questions that at least I used to have in pre-COVID world, we would have like physical meetups, you'd be meeting new people, and a lot of people would come to our meetups, and it's just like sitting, and then there would be people who have been working on legacy technology for years now, right? Maybe they're working on some old databases, like older stack. Uh, I want to ask Mohit, like as like you heading like a cloud COE and like and these initiatives are such large scale. What does a career path look for someone who's already like high up in the chain or high up in the ladder, or like say someone who has like 8+ years of experience or 10+ years of experience? Where do they see their career with the Google Cloud journey or cloud platforms in general?
Yeah. So, cloud actually provides multiple ways for anyone's career to progress their career in whatever way they would like to take it up, because of the fact that cloud provides such kind of a diversity. Someone who already have enough experience in IT and would like to look for opportunities in consulting space, so the architect certification and working on cloud architectures are one of the good things that he or she can take up. Similarly, let's say for someone who is interested in data, who loves databases, who loves doing analytics and machine learning and all those things, Google Cloud still provides you all those different types of areas where they can learn, they can certify themselves, and provide that they can enhance their skill in that area. And ideally, what I feel is like you had the programming languages, then you had the Windows, Linux. Cloud has now become mainstream. I would say cloud is the new operating system. So it's up to these individuals how they see to leverage cloud, how they feel to utilize cloud in their career journey, because Google Cloud or any other cloud for that matter provides that sort of vast areas to play with and enhance the journey, enhance the career in that way.
Sure. Thank you. So then that would mean that anyone at any stage in their career, whether they're just starting out or they're already up there's space for everyone, and then Google Cloud is active career can be an active career choice.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Finally, like coming to my last question, and this is for Muneen. Um, Brio has a heavy focus on multi-cloud strategy. You partners with AWS, you partners with Azure, and you also have a heavy work stress on say priority workloads like say SAP or VDI. Like, applications are critical to businesses at large, right? And where do you feel that Google Cloud has an edge in terms of customer experience, and how does that map to someone who's looking for like a career in cloud computing? Like, how promising of a career do you see?
Okay. Thanks for the question. And I would like to split that question into two parts. One is how it is helpful for somebody who's looking to build some expertise around particularly Google Cloud, and how Google Cloud differentiate itself on the customer experience. So if you want to understand how promising is the career for somebody, we just have to roll back and look into previous 4 to 5 years. And if you happen to see the Gartner's Magic Quadrant of 2014 or 2015 and look at the cloud providers at that time, particularly on the infra side, we could see 15 to 16 cloud providers, and most of them being in this niche category, and Google being in the visionary category, behind CenturyLink and IBM. And of course, the leadership quadrant of being occupied by AWS and Microsoft. And when you see the same Magic Quadrant of Gartner for 2019 or 2020 maybe, so you would see like around 6 players. Okay, so you can understand how much consolidation has happened. And there are completely new players like Oracle and Alibaba, who are not even there in 2014 in the Gartner list. They are in the niche segment along with IBM. And you have 3 players in the leadership segment. So it's AWS and Microsoft and Google. So what we can understand is Google Cloud is the only cloud which has grown significantly. If you see in terms of growth in that quadrant, right? The leaders remain same where they are, but the Google Cloud has bumped up in the leadership segment. So it clearly shows there's a great amount of adoption and amount of services which have been offered. As Romin was indicating, the enterprise focus is there. Google is ready to listen to customers and have that mindset of solving custom problems which are there for the enterprises. So this gives a huge idea of how the adoption is happening. And as a partner, what we could see 4 years back, we had to go and introduce people like, okay, hey, Google Cloud is a service which is similar to AWS. And now when we go and talk to our prospects, they say like, okay, we want to compare like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. So there's a huge change in the perception of uh, enterprises, be it digital native, be it traditional enterprises, to look into their existing solutions or the new workloads or applications coming in. As far as customer experience is concerned, and what we have seen is, and most of us talked about that innovation, like Dharmesh was talking about the innovation which Google Cloud brings in voice and chat and things like let's look at a country like India. A dialog flow is something exceptional tool where you can quickly build once and use it at multiple platforms and have translations with different languages, and you can get that scale, and which I don't think others can really catch up at this moment. So they have been at the forefront of technology innovation, like even though like somebody said, like Romin said, like Google is a latent trend, but there are certain features within Google which are still not available with the other cloud service providers. Like, let's say custom VMs. If you have to go with other cloud service providers, you have to go with a T-shirt size. They were much ahead. They started much ahead, but they cannot provide those capabilities. And Google has been providing it like since almost more than a year now. Custom VMs are so they have been truly at the forefront of technology innovation. Not only at the technology innovation, I see them really driving the way industry price Google Cloud services also. That's a very key thing. Like when Google started doing billing per second for VMs, I think the industry standard was at a minimum 1 hour, right? So that was a key thing which Google pushed in. And if you look at like the sort of commits which happens on the cores and RAMs, if you look at other cloud providers, it's like you have to go and choose your VMs and say, okay boss, here is a VM, here's a series, I'm going to commit like 5 VMs for this. But when it comes to Google, they made it very simple. Like when people are coming to their platform and really looking to optimize the cost, they made it very simple. Like, all if you have to do a commitment, it's very easy for enterprises. They don't really have to pull up their hairs and just go and say, hey boss, I want, like in this particular region, for this particular series, I'm committing 100 cores and 500 GB of RAM. That's it. And now you're open, you create 100 VMs out of those 100 cores committed, or you create 10 VMs of 10 cores. So there has been a lot of innovation which has happened from Google, not only in terms of technology, but in terms of pricing as well. So with all these things, and as Romin was saying, like the enterprise focus, we have seen like not only the adoption in the digital world, but also enterprises around the world have been adopting Google Cloud, particularly India. Like in pandemic, Wipro signed a multi-million contract with Google Cloud. So this shows like Google is seriously considered all around. And with all these trends looking at, I don't see somebody who is specifically looking to make a career in cloud, especially Google Cloud. I see they having a very bright and prosperous career than compared to the others.
Sure, Muneen. Thank you. I think like everyone in this room, um, everyone among us is hiring for some kind of like Google Cloud talent. Like Agra is hiring, Fidelity is hiring, Prio is hiring. Even like Google is hiring Google Cloud talent. Nagara is hiring. Like everyone's always hiring. Uh, so I believe like a great takeaway out of this panel discussion for anyone, like certifications are, again, like we're circling back, but like certifications help you switch jobs. It helped me personally. That's been my story. But like it, and then Google Cloud has huge potential for growth. Organizations are only growing, and this demand will only increase with time. uh, Towards the end, I just have like a couple of quick questions for Roman. uh, so this could be a bundled question, but like, and if we have like any tips for cloud professionals, or and like how Okay, so first let's just do it this way. How did you get started with cloud? Because you've been like being at Google and then came from a different place. How did you get started with Google Cloud, and how where do you see this going? How, like, any tips for professionals and so? Yeah.
So I think you've framed the question very well so that people will come to know my actual age. So thanks for that. Uh, uh, so I would say that if I have to put down my first experience with Google Cloud, it was sometime in 2008 types, when App Engine was pretty much the only service out there, and really speaking a little bit ahead for its time. Now the whole thing is a talk about serverless. Get your code, give a few commands, it gets deployed. Don't worry about the infra, it scales for you. That's pretty much what App Engine continues to do, but it used to do even at that particular point in time. So for me, that was like, as an individual developer sitting anywhere, having access to the internet, being able to write a little bit of code. All I had to do pretty much was, give a few commands saying, app deploy, and that's about it. And that itself was a revelation that, if it's that simple to deploy, where I focus on the app and not worry too much about the infrastructure, and the rest of the thing scales out for me. So that's the whole productivity aspect. So that's pretty much how I got started with Google Cloud. And I mean, there's no particular looking back after that. I mean, I just love the experience. But I think, stepping back for anyone right now, my suggestion would be, and again, it's not to take anything away from even the other cloud providers, right? All three platforms, including other ones, are pretty strong. They have their strengths, they have their tools. So the whole point is, go out there, try and deploy a few things, look at the experience. Take a look at some of the pros and cons, that what you gained by not worrying about maybe infrastructure, or in certain cases think about the fact that you might more control in order to run certain workloads. So there are plus and minus points. I won't put it like a minus point, but basically it's all about understanding trade-offs. But I think the proof is always in, make use of how, we highlighted that there is a free quota, free tier, that that's probably one of the best ways you could get started, to just start experiencing the platform itself, and take it from there. So I would say nothing stops today an individual with an idea, and given that the cloud providers are out there, you're just a few steps away from deploying probably the next app that could make a big difference. It's probably and I think the statement remains true even in the future. But even as of now, there's never been a better time to be a developer. Trust me.
Sure. That's, I think, that is coherent and it echoes and resonates with the community overall. Like, it's never too late to be a developer. Uh, and it, the kind of people that I've met, they're like in the late 50s, still coding every day. Like, they like to do all that stuff. It's pretty interesting to see people solving everyday challenges in a different format. I just had this one last question, and anyone could take this up, uh, because it's kind of tilted. Uh, but like I what we have a lot of new talent coming in, like, and like, uh, Google Cloud, or cloud as an offering, or people have started to look infrastructure as a career option. Like, at least, like, I relate to it, because when I started, people were only looking for, they either wanted to be a developer. Like, nobody thought of becoming a network engineer. Like, nobody wanted to be locked up in a freezer for the day. So I've been there, but like, just we have a lot of talent who's looking at, or students who are looking at cloud or ops or this side of cloud side as a career. Um any tips or any guidance, or how does it benefit them? Anything on that? Anyone can take that up. Um,
I could
I'll
few.
just go ahead.
Yeah, sure, Shashi, go ahead. Yeah.
yeah,
Yes. So I'll just give my example. You suggested that people or the new entrants coming into the cloud world, they mostly want to be developers. But when we go out to the customers, mostly the first thing that we foresee is setting up a connection between their on-prem environment to Google Cloud. Most of them have been running their businesses, like say all those enterprises, big banks. Uh, I came from a data background, and we were delighted to see, like say, a new Netezza box coming in and shipping and residing on premises, and it has its own challenges. But the first step is setting up that network. And with Google Cloud, the software-based networking, this is a very interesting field in itself. All you can try things out, and with your VPC, shared VPC connection, and that brings along with it brings the whole security aspects to it. So it's not just about like only developing in Java, Python, or Go. You could have your hands around networking, and also doing coding in Terraform, infrastructure as a code. Uh, then you have CI/CD, setting up CI/CD pipelines. So there's a skill set. There are many diverse skill set that people can opt into, and not just being a developer and doing application development, or just data engineering.
Sure. Thank you so much. With that, in like I would like to summarize, and like in culmination, I believe that a career in Google Cloud is not only promising, but it's also exciting. Like, since partners and technology companies, whether they are ISPs or whether someone's building a product, they're always looking out for talent, and certifications make a huge difference in decision making and offering credibility to an individual's skills. Um, Again, it's worked for a lot of people. It's personally worked for me. So I think the talent for Google Cloud is in high demand, and um, people are there out there to help you out, learn and hire. So that's where we are at. With that, I would like to thank everyone for joining us. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for showering us with your insights. These were really valuable, and these really show the prowess and the power uh, of cloud, and specifically like Google Cloud as a technology platform, and how people can leverage it, and where it is headed, uh, and why certifications become such an important aspect. And thank you so much. This has been great. It's been such an honor to host you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you, everyone,
Have a
for tuning in.
happy New Year weekend. Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
I learned a lot from everyone, and I'm sure that the audience did too. Personally, I had a lot of questions to these people, but we are limited by time. So, but just so so if you I think a lot of people now know that that a career in Google Cloud is promising. If and we are trying to bring something similar with regards to this event. If you want to stick to your Google Cloud journey, we encourage you to try out Quick Labs and use it as a playground to learn more about Google Cloud. Coming on next, it's my pleasure to introduce you all to my co-host Vanna from WTM Hyderabad. Vanna is a WTM ambassador and a co-organizer at GDG Hyderabad. Hi, Vanna.
Hey, hi Pranay, and thanks for the introduction. A very good evening, India. I think everyone are enjoying all the sessions going on, and I'm really super excited to host you tonight. And firstly, I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their knowledge with us. Yeah. So coming to you, Pranay, and that I have heard from the team that you really had a very tiring week, packed with lot of meetings and even restless from a couple of days. You sound so excited with lots of energy loaded. How can you always be so active, yaar?
That's a secret.
Yeah, I've been asking you the same thing for many days, but you cannot skip it right now because you're in life.
Uh, mm, well, I believe that when you see so many people excited to, and like all of them get together and they learn, I think the energy is absolutely infectious. I just think that has got on some of it.
Yes, obviously. It's none other than you guys who always makes us cheer. Well, moving on. In my 3 years of experience working with conversational AI, I've always been intrigued by how these large-scale AI models can be deployed to serve massive scale. I'm sure others in the audience have also faced similar questions in their past. And to resolve all the queries we have an amazing upcoming session on Cloud AI Platform by Mr. Viren. But before that, let me quickly tell you an interesting story. So a person who is from Bangalore, so he has successfully completed professional data engineer while he was in his graduation.
Um, so while that's
So
okay,
yeah,
yeah,
so
that's
Pranay,
awesome.
what do you think about that? Yeah.
So the data engineering certificate is one of the hardest ones. You're telling me that students can do it too?
Yes, because even that makes me surprised because he has completed professional machine learning engineer as a graduate again while it's still in beta. So many of us here might not have known this. So when a certification is in beta, the exam is a lot of with more number of questions. So Pranay, aren't you excited to know the person?
Yes, of course. I gave a certificate exam that was in beta. It was such physically stressful. It was also mentally stressful. I had to travel 1 hour from my city, and then you have to sit for 4 hours. You can't even have a sip of water. It's absolutely amazing. I definitely want to meet this person.
So do you have any guess?
Are you talking about Viren?
Yes. So he's none other than our next speaker, Mr. Viren, a recent graduate from Christ University, Bangalore. So let's welcome Viren with lots of energy.
Hello everyone, my name is Viren Luke Radhakrishnan and I am so excited to welcome you to my session on Google Cloud's AI platform, this Google Cloud Community Days. So a bit of an introduction about myself before we start the session. I graduated from Christ University in Bangalore in the June of 2020 and ever since April 2020, I have been studying online full-time from websites like Coursera and Udacity, particularly in the field of machine learning and AI engineering. In October of 2020, when Google announced the professional ML engineer exam, I was a part of the first batch, the beta batch of candidates to give and successfully clear the exam. I'm also one of the youngest people in the world to clear the exam. And I'm so excited to be bringing you this talk today. So let's have a look at what we're going to be discussing. We are going to be analyzing a sample question that you can expect in the examination. We will evaluate solutions to that question. We will take a deep dive into the solution that we choose, after which I will be showing you a high level and a low level assessment of our solution before we proceed to a solution demo. So let's have a look at that. Okay, so before I go to the next slide, let me give you a bit of information of how this exam works. So the purpose of this examination is to be able to test you on your knowledge of machine learning engineering, but not from a theoretical perspective, rather from the perspective of someone who is about to hit the ground running, working in an organization that uses Google Cloud Platform. So as such, the exam is a little different from what you may be traditionally used to. And you'll see that in the question that comes up, which may look a little tricky at first, but don't feel worried. We'll walk through it together. Okay, so this is the kind of question you can expect on the exam. Let's go through it together. Heartfelt is a modern startup working on a new website comment system. It uses AI to generate one of 5 emotions from each comment, which are happy, funny, scared, angry, and sad. It then shows the number of each of the 5 reactions above the comment section. Now, before we continue, let's just look at a visual of what that would look like. So this is the visual. You can see we have different people saying different things. So Satish says, this honestly made my day. Pranay says, we need more good news in the world like this. Maitri says, awesome. And the system looks through each of these comments and assigns one of the 5 emotions to them. So it's not the person who wrote the comment that indicates the emotion of the comment. It is the AI system itself. And then at the top, you can see it's keeping a track of how many of each sentiment comment it has received. So let's go back to the question. Okay, so that's the problem at hand. That's what they want to build. They have obtained and labeled a large number of comments from their existing non-AI based system and are looking to upgrade to the new solution within a year. Their in-house ML engineers have designed a proprietary model. And apart from using the cloud for training and deploying, they also want to be able to fine-tune it for accuracy. What is the best way to build, tune, and deploy the model? Now, it's worth noting at this point that in the examination, you will usually get 4 to 5 options. And the options are generally, as a general rule, the options work as follows. So let's say you have 4 options. Out of these 4, one of them will be something that sounds too good to be true, but that's probably a non-existent product to begin with. For example, you may have an option that says, use Google Cloud's AI platform comment moderation system. And as a test taker, you may rush to click on that option because it just looks so right. But the reality is that no such tool even exists. Now, out of the other remaining 3 options, generally, all 3 will be correct. And that's what makes a GCP question so challenging. It's that all 3 options are correct, and your job is to identify the best solution. Now, in this presentation, I'm not presenting you with 4 different options. Rather, we are going to walk through all the available options that we can consider to solve a problem like this. And I'll tell you which the best solution would be, showing you a demo at the end. But please take good care to note the various points mentioned in the question, because almost every single word has some meaning to it. Okay, let's look at that again. Large number of comments within a year, in-house ML engineers, proprietary model, using the cloud for training and deploying, fine-tune it for accuracy. When you give this exam, you have to be incredibly careful to make sure that you read through the question clearly, because one slip up or one miss of some important keyword in the question, and you will confidently click the wrong answer and lose the point for that question. Every single word matters. Don't take anything for granted. Now, the sections that you can see highlighted on the screen, those are some of the important keywords in this question. Take a second to look at these words, and then we'll analyze them together and see why each of them matters so much. Got that? Let's have a look. Large number of comments. Large number of comments indicates that our data set can be used for machine learning. If we didn't have a lot of comments, we could consider purchasing an existing data set or searching online for an available open source data set. But this gives us some confidence that we have what it takes to build a model. Also, this gives us the confidence that we aren't restricted to using one of Google's APIs. To tell you what that means, there are 3 levels of machine learning on Google Cloud Platform. The first level, or the easiest level, is where Google already has a ready-made API for you to use. And if that API satisfies your needs, you don't have to go ahead and build a complicated solution. Then the second level is called AutoML, where you provide the data, but in a nice graphical user interface, and Google's algorithms and systems take care of building a model for you that works. And the most complex solution would be to build and train a machine learning model by yourself from scratch. So in this case, here itself, we can see that maybe using AutoML or training our own model would be more favorable options. Okay, within a year. Now, we don't need to be quick about our solution. That's what this tells us. If we had very limited time, maybe using an API call or AutoML would have been better options. In-house ML engineers. If we didn't have in-house ML engineers, then probably AutoML or an API would be a better option. But this shows us that we have the capability and the capacity of training our own machine learning model. Proprietary. This is a very important word because till now, nothing seemed to indicate that we couldn't use AutoML, but this word proprietary at this point indicates that we should not be using AutoML because we have our own code that the engineers of our company developed, and we're capable of building our own model. Using the cloud for training, using the cloud for deploying. Keep these 2 points in mind as you work through the question so that you have an overall understanding of the fact that everything we're going to do from this point on is going to be done on Google Cloud Platform. Lastly, fine-tuning the model for accuracy. Now think, if you're familiar with Google Cloud's AI platform, which tool can be used to fine-tune your machine learning models, particularly your custom machine learning models? In short, the answer is the AI platform hyperparameter tuning service. But even this strengthens the fact that we want to use AI platform and build a custom model as opposed to using AutoML or one of Google's APIs. So that was the analysis of the entire question. You need to do the same when you answer a question in the examination. Remember, you have only about 2 minutes to answer a question on average. And so all this analysis that we just did on screen, you have to be able to do within your mind. Okay, we discussed it in brief, but now let's evaluate some solutions to the problem. It seems to me that there are 4 options that can be used. Maybe not all of them can be used, but 4 options might come to mind. And even in the options given in your question, you may have some of these tools being mentioned, but only one is the best option. So let's look at them one by one. You have the natural language API. Now it can extract entities, sentiment, syntax, and categories from text. That may seem to indicate that we can identify the sentiment of each of our comments in the system. But if you know natural language API properly, you'll know that it only measures sentiment on a scale of -1 to +1 and not fixed categories. So that won't work. And you may be thinking to yourself, well, the natural language API is capable of categorizing text. So wouldn't that make it the right option? But not really, because it categorizes text based on a whole bunch of general categories that you don't specify, and it's not going to be useful or helpful to you in any way. For example, if a comment said, wow, today is such a sunny day, that comment may be classified under a category called sports. So that's not exactly what we want. How about document AI? Will this work? Well, document AI is actually not used for this purpose at all. It's used when you want to extract important entities from documents. It cannot classify text based on sentiment. Let's look at the next tool. How about AutoML's natural language tool? Would that work? Well, the truth is, it would work. Actually, it would work perfectly well. But can this be an answer to our question? Not really, because we said that we wanted our model to use proprietary code. If you know AutoML, you know that you as a developer don't specify the code. You just provide the data to the system, and it uses that data to build a model with Google's state-of-the-art model building technology. So this would work as a solution, but not as a solution to our specific use case. And then we have AI platform. Well, this is the only option we have left, and it also does seem to be the best available option. So AI platform allows us to develop, train, and analyze models on Google Cloud's powerful infrastructure. It provides hyperparameter tuning, allows us to optimize the model for accuracy, and allows us to easily productionize our trained model once we're satisfied with its performance. So clearly, after going through this entire analysis, we see that AI platform is the solution that we need to solve our given problem. In the exam, it's very easy to miss things like this and go for an option that you think is right. But remember, always prioritize the use case. It's what the question says that forms the ground truth of what you build, not what you think would be the best solution to the problem. With that said, let's take a deep dive into the AI platform. Okay, wow, that's a lot of tools offered by AI platform. Let's take a look at some of them. So AI platform offers data preparation services like BigQuery, cloud storage, and data labeling, model building services like AutoML, AI platform notebooks, and AI platform jobs, model validation tools like AI explanations and the what if tool, model deployment on the AI platform, and machine learning operations or ML ops on the AI platform. And you can see on the right of the screen the entirety of the tools it offers. Well, that's a lot of tools, but you can see I've marked in green the tools that we're going to use, which is AI platform, the cloud inference API, and the cloud jobs API. But I marked in red the tools we're not going to use. The remaining are not even concerned with our use case, but if you're interested in learning more, you can always go to the official website documentation and read up on each of these tools. Let's take a high-level assessment of the solution now. Okay, how are we going to go about solving this problem? Let's assume that files containing the labeled comment category pairs are stored in a Google Cloud storage bucket. We need to use an AI platform notebook to access and process these files, rapidly prototype to find the best model architecture that works for our given problem, and train the model on a small portion of the dataset to ensure that our model works as per what we expect. When we're satisfied with the model's architecture, we can deploy that model onto AI platform jobs and train the model, this time on the entirety of the dataset. Now, the reason we do this instead of training the model directly in the notebook is because AI platform jobs is optimized in terms of both performance and cost to be exactly what you need to train your model and nothing more. But if you run an AI platform notebook on a deep learning virtual machine, it will cost you a lot more and isn't as optimized. Also, AI platform jobs offers the hyperparameter tuning service. And while I won't be showing that to you in this demo because that's a bit beyond the scope of this, I do urge you to check it out for yourself because it's a very cool tool to use. Okay, lastly, we're going to deploy our trained model onto AI platform prediction, where using simple REST API calls, we'll be able to send comments to our model and have our model return predictions on which of the following 5 categories a given comment belongs to, so that our comment classification system is able to properly count up the number of emotions in the entire comment base and then show that at the top of the screen. Now, of course, our trained model has to be stored on Google Cloud Storage, where AI platform prediction will access it. Take a good look at this image on the screen and understand the flow before we move on, because it's very important that you understand this to understand what we're going to do next. Okay. Now let's take a low-level assessment of the solution and see what we can build. Let's start from the very top. Break this big problem into a whole set of smaller problems so that we can work on it, and I can show you the solution to Heartfelt. If you remember, that's the name of our company in question. I can show you the solution to Heartfelt's problem. Now, the data set we're going to be working on is my own. I created it myself. It's just 200 sentence label pairs in which there are 40 comments in each of the 5 categories. So, for example, you have well done, you guys, and the number 0 next to it, where 0 indicates happiness. Then it's been a while since I laughed this hard, and that has a number 1 next to it, where that indicates humor, and so on. So there are 40 of each of these sentences within an entire database of 200 sentences, and this is stored in a CSV file. We need to import the data set, shuffle the data so that the model doesn't accidentally pick up patterns from the ordering of the data, and then split our data set into 150 for training and 50 for validation. Now, if you're a novice or if you are unfamiliar with what some of these terms mean, don't worry. Right now, just keep the overall image in mind, and when we move on to our demo, I'll be sure to explain this in more detail. And this is the code that does that. So essentially what we're doing is we have a list called xtrain and a list called ytrain, where xtrain holds 150 sentences and ytrain holds the corresponding 150 numbers, each of which go from 0 to 4, indicating the emotion of the corresponding sentence. And this method called shuffle data basically fuses the sentences and the emotions together, shuffles the data so that the relative ordering between them can be preserved, and then breaks them apart and holds them. That's all we're doing within this method. Fusing two lists together, shuffling it where the sentences and emotions have their relative ordering preserved, and then splitting it with 150 in training and 50 in testing. Don't worry if you don't understand the code perfectly right now. Again, this is just a basic overview of what we're going to do. When I come to the coding demo, everything will be clear. Next, we need to one-hot encode the labels. Now remember how I said 0 was for happiness, 1 was for humor, 2 was for fear, 3 was for anger, and 4 is for sadness? Well, a machine learning model requires numbers like this to be one-hot encoded. And I think just by seeing the screen, you'll get an idea of what one-hot encoding means. It means you convert each number into a vector, where the number that's a 1 in the vector corresponds to that particular number's position. For example, when you have 0, the first number in that vector is 1. When you have 1, the second number in that vector is 1, and so on. This allows your machine learning model to learn with these labels. And you should also know that if you don't do this, then your machine learning model will treat each of these numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 as magnitudes, where the magnitude of 4 for sadness may weigh more heavily than 0 for happiness. That's one of the reasons we do this. And it's called one-hot encoding because in each vector, only one of the numbers is hot, which is why we set it to 1. So we do that. And here you will see the most complex code in the world. Just kidding. You just have to use TensorFlow's tf.oneHot method, passing the labels and the number of labels that you have, and it will turn each of these individual numbers into vectors, and it will return a tensor of those vectors. What next? This is the part where we are essentially doing the machine learning portion of our code. Actually, this is all machine learning is about, what you see right here on the screen. Just these 5 to 10 lines of code. And what we're doing is we're using TensorFlow's Keras API, and we're stacking a bunch of layers together. And the main part you need to note here is that we're using LSTM layers. Now, an LSTM layer, or also called long short-term memory layer, consists of specific neural cells that are capable of learning relationships that happen with time. So temporal relationships. And we use this to handle, to be able to handle the fact that different comments are of different lengths. Also, another thing you need to keep in mind, and you won't see the code for that on the screen, is we're going to use what is called as a pre-trained embedding layer that converts each of our sentences into a vector representation. And you'll see a much better depiction of this in our demo, and it'll be clear to you at that point. Then we compile our model. We use categorical cross entropy for the loss. We use an Adam optimizer, and we send one of the metrics as accuracy. All this basically create the architecture of our machine learning model. Now that we have our architecture in place, we train the model. If you're unsatisfied with the performance, and that can happen for any reason, like maybe you didn't pass the data in properly, or maybe your architecture isn't capable of learning the relationships between the data and the labels, you will identify when you see the accuracy being presented to you at this step. So use model.fit to train the model, specifying your training data, your validation data, the fact that you want the model to shuffle the data on each epoch, how many epochs you're trained with, where an epoch is just the number of times you want the model to look at the entire data set. So here 100 times, and a batch size of 10, which is just how many units of data you want to pass in at each time step. Simple stuff. Okay, now that we've trained the model and we're satisfied with the performance, we make a prediction. We pass in all the comments that we want to have returned the corresponding emoji, and the model uses its predict method to return that data to us. And now that we have a model in place, we do the training again, but this time on AI platform jobs using the entirety of the data set. And what you see on screen is not Python code, it's the code that goes into your bash terminal. So you specify the location of your data file. Here it's stored in a Google Cloud storage bucket called gccd underscore heartfelt slash heartfelt underscore dataset.csv. And you specify a job name and a job directory, and you use AI platform jobs to perform the training job on the data. Now that when the job completes successfully, the trained model will be saved in your Google Cloud storage bucket. And it's from there that we're going to deploy the saved model onto AI platform. And the code you see on screen is basically command line commands to make that happen, where we're calling our model heartfelt comment system. We're creating the model on AI platform. We're indicating the Google Cloud storage bucket at which the model is saved, and we're creating the model and setting it up for deployment. And just to be clear, both this step as well as the previous step, I'm sorry, this is the next slide. Both this step and this step could just be done using the graphical user interface. But if you want to do this from within your notebook to save time, then you can use these command line commands to make that happen. Okay, now that our model is deployed, we use AI platform predictions to actually make use of our model, where we send in REST requests and have the model return the predictions. So in this case, we're sending in these 3 comments: what a beautiful day, disgusting, and mommy, I'm scared. And as you can imagine, they probably correspond to happiness, fear or anger, and fear. Don't worry about the size of the code on the screen. This is just a few lines of code. Okay, I hope you have had a thorough understanding of the overall solution we're going to do, because once I start the solution demo, if you have the overall flow in mind, everything will make perfect sense to you. And we can go over this piece by piece so you can see the solution being built. Also, I strongly recommend you after this session to go to the link you see on screen, github.com/varianlr/gccd heartfelt, gccd-heartfelt. And based on where you're running this notebook, either Colab or GCP, download the relevant notebook file as well as the data set and try and play around with this for yourself. I also have some homework for you that will be at the bottom of these notebooks, and you can check those out. But I strongly recommend that you do this, because you may not grasp everything in this session, but you definitely will once you play around with the notebook for yourself. Okay, so let's switch to the demo here. So here you can see on screen, I have my GitHub repository open. The link is right here. And you can see these different files. So use the heartfelt Colab file if you're running on Colab. Use the GCP file if you're running on GCP. And this data set is required either way. Let's take a look at this data set and get a better understanding of how the data has been structured. So like I told you, this is just a CSV file where you have sentences followed by the corresponding number that indicates which of these 5 emotions belongs to. Now, oh my God, this is fantastic. And she's only 8 years old. So clearly you can see this belongs to a happy emoji. And that's why we have a number 0 next to it. You can see a total of 40 happy sentences like that. Now let's look at some funny sentences, like say hilarious. And there's a 1 next to it, 40 of those. You have sentences like I am genuinely terrified now, and a 2 next to that, which indicates fear, 40 of those. We have what an utter waste of time. This was nothing but clickbait, clearly anger, and that's indicated with a 3 for anger, 40 of those. And lastly, you have this is truly saddening to see, sentences like this. It has a 4 next to it, which clearly indicates sadness or disappointment or sadness. And we have 40 of these kind of sentences. So that's our data set. I created this myself. You can use mine. Or if you want to be really creative, you can create one by yourself and see how the data you provide here affects your market. Okay. Now, just wanted to let you know that if you don't know what Colab is, because you may not want to run this on GCP because there are some financial matters involved. Like for example, if you want to run my code on a GCP notebook, you will have to create a notebook in Google Cloud Platform's AI platform, and you may have to put in your credit card information to get your $300 of a trial, which you hopefully haven't already used. So if you don't want to run this on GCP and you still want to play around with the code, you absolutely can. Just go to colab.research.google.com. It is basically like Google Docs, but instead of writing in documents, you write in a Jupyter style notebook where you have your markdown text like this, as well as the code. And in my GitHub repository, the Colab file has all the code that will only run on GCP commented out. So you can peacefully enjoy and play around with the code here and learn more about it. So if you want to do that, I suggest you go to Colab. Otherwise, if you can use GCP, that would be ideal. Okay, now let's come on over to GCP and let's start our demo. The first thing you need to do is create a bucket in Google Cloud Platform Storage Bucket. To get here, click on the hamburger menu, scroll down, and you'll see Storage, Google Cloud Storage. Click on Browser. Now, I've gone ahead and created a bucket already called GCCD Heartfelt. You have to click Create Bucket. Yeah, let's refresh the page. Okay, here we go. This can take a bit of time to start. Okay. So you create a Google Cloud Platform storage bucket, and you can see mine was called GCCD. Once you do that, there's nothing more you need to do right now. We can proceed on to the notebook. So if you click on the hamburger menu again on the top left hand corner, and scroll down all the way to the bottom, you have this artificial intelligence section with AI platform. Now there's something called the unified AI platform that's going to be coming out soon. It's in preview mode right now, but I'll show you pretty much the same thing on the legacy AI platform, where you come here and you click on dashboard. That takes you to this page here. Actually, that takes you to dashboard here. Click on notebooks after that. And we're going to create a notebook on Google Cloud Platform's AI platform, on which you're going to be doing all of our coding. So you would click new instance and TensorFlow 2.3 without GPUs. You can provide a name, call it anything you want, leave everything on the defaults. You don't need to specify a graphics card either, because we don't need graphics card for this. Now, and you can click create. But it takes about 10 minutes to start. So I have a notebook already up and running right here. When your notebook starts, go ahead and click Open Jupyter Lab. And that will take you to this screen. Now you won't have the code ready already over here. You will have an empty Jupyter Lab session. What you will need to do is click this upload button right here and upload the files that you downloaded from my GitHub repository. So if you're running on GCP, this file and this file. Upload them both here. Go ahead and open the notebook and just make sure that the data set called heartfelt_dataset is in the same directory. Now, when you download the notebook, there's a whole bunch of code and there's a whole bunch of text that I've written over this for you to just get an overall idea. But we'll start directly with the solution. Go to kernel, say restart kernel and clear all outputs. Okay, we're going to start from scratch now. The first thing, and I hope you remember the flow we saw in the PPT. The first thing is to run our import statements. Just click play here. And we're going to import all our files. Perfect. Then we're going to obtain and pre-process our data. Like I told you, there are 200 sentence label pairs, 40 in each of the 5 categories. We need to define a method that converts from label like 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the corresponding emojis of happy, funny, scared, angry, and crying. That's what this very simple method does. And this is just for the purposes of visualizing. So later when a label is passed, you will see an emoji instead of a number. This makes it easier for us to see. Let's go ahead and run that. And now we are going to import the data set. And you'll see this piece of code here that says if file name dot starts with GS3 right here. This code here is used to handle files that are present in Google Cloud Storage buckets. If your file is locally present, then this piece of code here will handle that right here for you. So the method that you see on screen called prepare data is capable of handling both code in files on Google Cloud Storage buckets as well as locally present here like this heartfelt_dataset. And feel free to use my code when you build any of your projects, because this was a little tricky to build initially. So feel free to use that. Let's go ahead and run this. And let's call the prepare method. There. So now our data and our labels which came from this heartfelt underscore dataset.csv file, is now stored within the program. Next, we are going to define a method called shuffle data. And like I told you, all it does is it zips the data and the labels together so that the relative ordering between them is preserved. And then we shuffle the data, split the data into training and test data sets, and return those. So essentially, and when I run this, you'll see it. This is just a preview method for you to see what is happening. You can see some examples of training data right here. For example, I am furious, and there's an angry emoji. And is this for real? And a laughing emoji. Things like that. So this is your training data, this is your testing data, and you can see it's been nicely shuffled. So we're not getting it like how it was in the CSV file. We're not getting it like this where it was like happy, 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 happy. We're getting them nice and shuffled up like this. And you can see that everything works as expected. We're going to perform what is called as a sanity check, where we're just going to print the number of data items in our training set, in our testing set, the length of the shortest sentence and the length of the longest sentence. And these sanity checks are very important because you might feel like your code is working perfectly, but without seeing it with your own eyes, for all you know, there could be a small bug in the method that handles this that could really mess things up. So perfect, 150, 50, the length of the shortest sentence is 1. I'm guessing it could be something like haha or something, and the length of the longest sentence is 40. Now we are going to create our machine learning model. Let's just go ahead and run that. And like I told you in the presentation as well, here you have the main thing you need to remember is that we're using these LSTM cells, which is generally used for natural language processing as well as time series processing, because they are capable of understanding time-based data, or data that comes not all at once, but one word at a time or one sentence at a time. And this is essentially what makes this entire thing a machine learning problem. So it's quite simple, really. We compile the model with the loss, an optimizer specifying a learning rate, and the metrics of accuracy. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and train locally. Like I told you, we have to one-hot encode these labels. So 0 becomes a vector like this, 1 becomes a vector like this, and so on. I'm going to define this method that says convert to one-hot and takes in a given label. So label is an integer like 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it returns a one-hot encoded version of that. And we're going to actually perform the one-hot encoding on our entire labels, both in training as well as in testing. There. And I'm just going to print one at random. So I picked the 75th item in the test data set. Every time you run this program, you'll get something different because it's randomly generated. And you can see rolling on the floor laughing, and there's a laughing emoji. And it says the numeric value of this is 1. But this is the tensor that's returned 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. That's position 0, and position 1 has 1, and all the remaining positions have 0 in them. This is also a good time to mention what training and testing means. So think about this as you being a student in university, and before the exam, you are given a textbook and you're asked to learn the material thoroughly. You go to classes, you have a textbook, you have additional tuitions, and you learn the material. But then the exam is meant to test you on how much knowledge you've acquired from your learning process. It's pretty much the same thing here, where the training phase is where we give the model these 150 sentence label pairs and say, here, learn the relationship between sentences and the emotions they correspond to. And to make sure the model has actually learned something, we do what is called as testing. And that's why we're reserving 50 of these sentence label pairs exclusively to test the model to make sure it's working as per what we expect. Because there are some chances that it will do really well during training and it will really mess up during validation, also called testing or validation. It will do really badly during validation, so you know there's a problem. Or sometimes it will do badly in training itself, so you know there's a problem. But either way, we use this to monitor how well our machine learning model is learning. Now we're going to do something called a sentence embedding. Let's go ahead and run these two cells. This is a good time to mention something called transfer learning. Transfer learning is where you, as a developer, take somebody else's pre-trained machine learning model code and attach that to your model so that your model does better right from the get-go. In this case, we cannot pass the words, like take this example. It says, I love you. We cannot pass words into a machine learning model. These are algorithms. They only work with numbers. So now you may be thinking, how can we convert these three words, I love you, into numbers? Well, we could have a dictionary containing, let's say, 10,000 words from 0 to 9,999. And I might be some number in that dictionary, love may be some number, and you may be some number, and we can pass in those dictionaries. That's entirely possible. But then we also have this case where different comments can be of different lengths. And your machine learning model is equipped only to deal with a standard size of comment. Now, obviously, you can't tell your users, please only make comments with exactly 10 words in them. Your model has to be able to handle this correctly. So we're going to use something called an embedding layer. And we aren't going to build this embedding layer by ourselves, because to build an embedding layer, you need a data set of millions of sentences and extremely powerful computation. Rather, we're going to go to something called TensorFlow Hub and download a pre-trained embedding layer that someone else has created. And this is called transfer learning. So by using what someone else spent their computation power and time building, we essentially make our model work with minimal effort. And you can see it for yourself. Because I used this thing called 128 dimensions, you can see that the words like I love you, or anything for that matter, will always become a vector of 128 numbers. So these numbers on the screen that you see here represent these three words. It's also important to note that these numbers are not randomly generated. They contain information relative to each other. For example, if I train the model on I love you, and the embedding layer knows what the word adore means, and the model has never seen the word adore, if I pass in I love you and tell the model this should be happiness, then when you pass in the words I adore you, though the model has never seen it before, it will still be able to tell you that the emotion contained in that is happiness. And that's why we use a pre-trained embedding layer. So that we can go ahead and train the model here, and it's going to go through 100 epochs of training. This can take a second. So as it's doing that, let's take a look over here. You can see the accuracy is improving. This is the training accuracy improving right here. You can see going from 98, 99, 98. Okay, fantastic. And you can see the validation accuracy has somehow somewhat topped at around 44, 45%. Let this complete. There we go. See the summary of the model. Don't worry about what this means. That's just showing you the architecture of the model. We can plot a graph to show how well the model did in training as well as in validation. And I want you to think about why the validation accuracy might be a little low. Hint, it's because there's some kind of ambiguity in the sentences, and our data set is somewhat limited. For example, I can't believe you did this could be anger or sadness or happiness also, for that. It could be anything. That's why our validation accuracy is a little low. Now we're going to create this method called predict, and essentially uses our machine learning model to make predictions. Let's predict on these sentences. Okay, I feel like dancing today. Now that was funny. Oh, perfect. You can see that I feel like dancing today got happiness. Now that was funny, got laughter, and so on. So we're sure that our machine learning model is working perfectly. Because this was a small data set, we're not going to train with only a subset of the data in the notebook. We just train with the entirety of the data set. Let's create a class called comments. And this class is essentially just handles our entire comment system. You can take a look at it later when you look at my code. And you can see that when we pass in input sentences to this comment system, It shows you each comment, the emotion it associated with them, and then the total number of emotions it's seen so far. And every time you call this comment system.input sentences method, it displays the comments on the screen. It adds the comments you newly added and then displays on the screen along with the overall number. Okay, now that we've done that, we are going to train with AI platform jobs. Now, technically this was not required, but let me show it to you in this case so you know how that works. Let's start by creating a directory called train, and in that a folder called trainer. And we need to create a Python package with all the code we just saw. So that's just all the code we just saw up there. Don't think this is anything new. Okay, write everything to the file. And let's copy over this data set, heartfelt dataset.csv, onto a Google Cloud Platform bucket. Let's train locally with AI platforms jobs to make sure everything is working. Now, this may take a second, so let's continue and see what happens next. So once we're sure that everything is working locally with AI platform jobs, we can go ahead and perform the same action on jobs itself, not locally, but on jobs. And when you do that, and when you run this piece of code, you can see right here that a training job will be initiated. This takes about 20 minutes to run, but when it finishes, within your cloud storage bucket, you will see, let's get that a second to load, come back to notebook, see how that's doing. Perfect, model training completed, model saving completed. Works. I'm not going to run this code cell in the interest of time because it takes about 10-15 minutes to run. But here within our bucket, you can see this heartfelt training job folder was created in which we have our saved model. The last thing we need to do is deploy this model to AI platform models, and this code cell right here. And that's essentially going to create a new model for you over here using that model that we saved right here. That model can then be accessed with REST API calls. This can take a bit of a minute. Let's use this time to look at the last code cell. So when that's done, you can simply create an object that performs this REST API request, send in the sentences that you want, and it will use Google Platform's model prediction service to return the results to you. Now let's wrap up the session with that. I hope you found the session useful. I wanted to, like I mentioned, download this notebook, play around with the model, and there are some more homework questions for you to check out right here so that you can get a better understanding of everything that we have seen so far. You can also have a look at these further links, further reading and useful link section, as well as the references I used. Okay, this is looking like it's going to take a bit of time, but don't worry about it. Just running this cell after that will essentially use AI platform models to perform your prediction. Okay, let's go back to our presentation now. Okay, so that's been it for this session. And again, my name is Viren Luke Radhakrishnan. You can find all my social media handles on screen. Please feel free to reach out to me on any of these platforms. I would be more than happy to get in touch with you. And please make sure that you understand the code that we have seen so far. Because if you understand this, then all machine learning problems essentially boil down to just breaking up the problem as follows and then building a relevant solution. Well, that's been it from me. Thank you so much for attending this session, and I hope to see you at the next one.
Hey, do you know, Vanna, that when I started my Google Cloud journey, I wanted to do all the Google Cloud certifications that were there at that point in time. So at that point in time, we had the associate cloud engineer, the professional data engineer, and the professional cloud architect. And I cleared the other two. I cleared the professional cloud architect, the associate cloud engineer, but I did not pursue the data engineering track because it looked such scary. But now that I look at Viren and I want to pursue that path all over again, like he made it absolutely sound like a cakewalk. How did you find Viren's session?
Yeah, it's like pretty quite interesting. And you're right, Pranay. So I think he really presented it in a very simple way, and our audience might have enjoyed the session too. So, guys, if you have any queries that left, please comment us below so that we'll be getting back to you for sure. And also, we encourage you to try out our quick labs and use it as a playground to learn more about Google Cloud.
Amazing. And if you keep going further down that path, right, if it's to keep learning Google Cloud, many organizations are looking for Google Cloud talent, such as a partner collaboration with Nagaro, whose job openings you can find at our website, cloudcommunitydays.net.
So, all right, guys, I think with this, we come to an end of our sessions, and it's time for our closing keynote. So, what do you say, Pranay?
Sure, Vanna. One thing that I particularly like about this year's edition of Google Cloud Community Days is that Google Cloud Community Days is it's it's a tradition in making, and I really look forward to it catching on with people with the same level of grandeur in this upcoming sessions in the upcoming years. And I look forward to make it happen like more often. Speaking of tradition, last time in Cloud Community Days Delhi, the closing session or the last session was given by Priyanka Vagadia. And what better way would it be to make this tradition or uh, to close it rather than to have Priyanka say again the closing words?
Yes.
Hi, and welcome back to the closing session of the Cloud Community Days. I really hope you enjoyed the series of talks that were planned to help you on your journey to get certified. Now, in this session, I'm really going to keep it short and help you with the next steps. And the next steps really are to understand what the exam looks like and what that process is, right? So the exams are usually 2 hours long, and the exam format is multiple choice questions and multiple selection. You probably already know this if you've gone through 2 other sessions, but I thought it would be good to cover a little bit of that. And then there's really no prerequisites. So you just need to prepare and make sure that you're ready for the exam that you are targeting. And that's pretty much all that it's required. And then the recommended experience, and we've talked a lot about this in the opening, so I'm not going to go through that again, but you can compensate for some of that by studying really hard. So I won't worry too much about that. We did talk about the learning path, so I'm going to throw this slide up here again just so it gives you a mental map. I cannot emphasize enough on the fact that you do not need all certifications. Get a few of them depending on what your career goal looks like. Getting all of these certifications is not the goal. The goal is for you to progress in your career. And if what that looks like is being a cloud engineer, then go get a cloud associate certification or a cloud architect, professional cloud architect certification. If your goal is to be a machine learning engineer, data scientist, get a machine learning certification. If you want to be a cloud developer, get a developer certification. Decide which path is right for you, and then decide which certification you should take, and then sit down and create your study plan. Hopefully this plan or path helps you make that choice a little bit easier, and then helps you use all the resources that are available to build your personalized study plan. Now, Some of the resources that I would mention, there's Coursera, which the link is, these are the names of the courses that we've talked about a bunch in the learning path. So look at that, pause here, see what makes sense. The exam delivery method is really online proctored exams. So all of your questions around how the proctoring is done should be in that FAQ. So see what that looks like for you and in the part of the world that you are located. And when you apply, when you get a date, you also probably get options for in-person and online proctored. So choose if any of those are favorable and available in your area. But if not, online proctored exams are continue to be available. So use that. Here's how you can start your journey. Really, all you need to do is go to g.co/cloud/certify and look at what certifications are available and which ones you want to get. The resources, I'll throw some resources here. There are books that you can purchase. These are the 3 books that are available for Associate Cloud Engineer, Cloud Architect Professional, and then Professional Data Engineer. So you can get those books if you want, if you are a book person who wants to learn through a book. And these are some of the other resources that are available, and I'm going to go through them quickly here. Cannot emphasize enough the hands-on labs that help to build that expertise of what the platform looks like, how you are supposed to create things. Quicklabs.com is a place where you would go and start working on those hands-on labs. So I just wanted to throw it in there. And also, you can decide the quests, you can decide which path you want to take. There's skill badges also fall into the quests as well. So you do a quest and you get a skill badge, and that's how it's set up. So do check that out. The second part I would mention is, so for Quick Labs, you actually don't need an account. So you just sign in with whatever your username, password that you would create, but you don't need a Google Cloud, like GCP account. Quick Labs environment would create that account for you, so you're not getting charged for trying this lab or doing this lab and learning, which is the really cool part. The Code Labs is another platform where you can also learn with different it has different labs, again, hands-on practical experience. But the thing here is you have to have a Google Cloud account. So if you already have an account that you want to use and there's billing attached to it, because these labs are going to give you, you're going to be using resources in these labs that may cost a little bit. So make sure if you're doing the labs from Code Labs, which is a great resource, just make sure that you disable all the things that you've used in the lab after the lab's done. So you delete your project and you delete your resources so you're not charged. Just keep an eye on that. But both of these surface different types of content. So depending on which path you're taking, you might be able to find one more useful than the other, one more helpful than the other. So do explore both. There is also Satish Vijay has created this awesome GCP certifications GitHub page that covers a lot of different certification related resources. There are posts, there are books, there are videos and sessions, and it's a host of resources. So this is also a place where you can go to build your study plan and get your resources aligned as to what you want to do. This is a resource that I have created. I create these GCP sketch notes, which is visual learning focused. And I have a GitHub page where I have I've basically curated all the stuff that I created last year, and will continue to update this as I create weekly sketch notes in there. There's a combination of blogs and videos and video explanations, and also the sketch notes. So check that out if you're interested in a visual learning experience. Also, these could be used to give a quick revision of all the things at the very end, or you can start off with these
to start learning and then get into more and more details as you progress in your study, and then come back to these and use them as cheat sheets or revision experience. So and do let me know how you're using them, so because your feedback is going to be valuable. Now, there's one more resource. This is created by Greg. He's created a 4-words list. Again, use this as a cheat sheet to know which cloud product is used for what. So he's tried and given a description of each product in 4 words or less. So I would either go to it like afterwards, after you've studied, or start with it to give you a little bit of an idea, just however you want to use it. I think this is a super helpful resource to like stick it on your desk or keep it somewhere where you can go through them, because there's a lot of products, and sometimes you just need to go through them real quick, like right here or something like that. So good resource for that. There is Grace is one of my colleagues, and she's created GCP flowcharts. This is her website. This has some really good information on the decision trees as to which service you should use depending on what situation you're in. So this could be helpful for some of the case study scenarios that you might see in the exams. So do check this one out. I have a screenshot of which serverless options right for you here, but there's a lot more on her website, so check that out. Greg also has created a giant list of Google Cloud resources. So if you want to look at more resources and information, then this is a great place to, and there might be like resources that you like to use versus, so you don't have to look at all of them, but you can like bookmark a few that make sense for you. So that's why I'm sharing this. And this is on Google Cloud blog, so you can just quickly search for this. With that, that's all I had. And I really do, and again, I'll mention this again, I hope this was helpful for you in order to decide which path you should take to try and get certified and why you want to get certified, answer some of those questions for you. What path is the right path for you? I hope that I have helped you demystify some of that in the opening session, and also the other speakers might have helped you demystify the path along the way in the last 2 days. And then with this, just let us know, reach out to the community and let us know how, with this, I would just say thank you for attending the sessions and ask any questions along the way. The community is super helpful. You can send the questions my way as well. That's where you can ask the questions. P. Vargadia is my handle on social and also on LinkedIn. And just, I am looking forward to your journey and how you want to progress your career with cloud. Thank you and good luck.
What could be the best part than having Priyanka on the screen? Such a lovely person who is my all-time favorite and keeps me inspiring. And you know, Pranay, many people, especially women from other communities as well, says that she keeps on motivating them.
Yes, Vanda. I can only imagine how many people have started their journey with Google Cloud after watching Priyanka's videos, who made such complex topics easy to comprehend and follow, with her sketch notes, with her videos, with the playlists. She's been an inspiration for a lot of people.
Yes. So, and folks, as we keep on saying, if you want to stay on this path, we highly encourage you to try out our Google Labs and use it as a playground to learn more about Google Cloud. And I heard that Pranay wants to share something quite interesting with us.
Okay. So might not as like, I'll try to make it interesting, but I just have something to say because we're moving towards the end of the event. I just want to talk something out. And fun fact, today marks my 2 years of joining GDG Cloud New Delhi as an organizer. And while I can't iterate it enough, the journey has been life-altering. So yeah, that's it's a remarkable day for me, and then hosting it right now, it's absolutely changing. I know that most of you are waiting for results, but before doing that, I have something to say. I have actually a lot to say. It's time to thank our entire team. Last year was particularly difficult for many, and in this world where we're regrouping virtually, in my humble opinion, our communities have stuck by us. Uh, our communities have kept us going, celebrated our joys, and been with us in times of distress. And I'm not just talking about developer communities. Like, this extends beyond any commune or any community that we relate to. I found my personal commune in celebrating Formula One and MMA on weekends. This year, at least within the communities, we've been talking a lot about traditions, and this has stayed by me. And Google Cloud Community Days is a tradition in making. So when winter started coming in last year, somewhere in November, it reminded all of us, the organizers of GDG Cloud Community Days in India, communities in India, of what we were doing in the year before. That is like what we were doing in November 2019. And I personally remember, rushing through the hotels, promoting the event, creating collaborations, and uh, inviting people to learn about Google Cloud from like the best of best. There were a lot of Googlers coming in, uh, and that feeling was missing last year, right? And we wanted to do something similar again. So then 10 GDG Cloud communities in India got together and thought to create an event that would uplift people in their careers in whatever way we thought was possible. So we brought in amazing session from expert speakers. We got Googlers, we got Google Cloud partners, we got Google Cloud certification, Google Cloud jobs. Like, basically, we're trying to bring a wholesome experience these times and then it was the community who's embraced our collaboration with like thousands of registrations and like more than 80,000 views on day one. It's absolutely been an honor to make this event happen. One thing that I'm particularly always grateful for within the community is that when you're hurt or when you fail, there are always people to pick you up and keep the wagon rolling. With that, I want to thank you so much to Priya and Shilpa for picking this up and making the event a huge success. It goes without saying how many countless other people have helped. It's rather been a ride which would have been impossible without support from everyone who contributed in their little ways. Uh, the moderators from GDG Cloud Chennai, Priyal, Vrijraj, Harsh for the website, like my people, my favorite design team of all, Amen, Arendra Vanchata, Satish for helping out with the content, Dharmesh, Uday, and Jigar for helping out with the partnerships, everyone in the social media team who ramped this up event in like the last 2 weeks. Maitri, Monica, Srishti, Akansha, everyone who helped, and like everyone else who helped in the event in any form. Finally, I want to thank Nikita for blessing this event. She particularly has worked such hard and pulled so many strings to make the event as you've experienced. I'm pretty emotional now. With that, I'd like to hand over to you, Vanna.
Yeah, thank you, Pranay, for that. And yeah, once again, I would like to thank the whole team on behalf of GDG India. So we call out all the efforts of all the organizers, design, website, social media teams for putting the event together. And we thank Mani from GDG Cloud Chennai for helping the teams with designing those amazing quizzes that you released. And a big shout out to all the communities who helped in the event promotions. The event wouldn't be as successful without you all, guys. And we would like to thank our partners, Agria Technologies, Media Agility, Tatvik, Brio, and Nagaro, who collaborated with us and sponsored the event. And a special thanks to Supreet Singh and Vanchat Kapoor from Dux Media for their overwhelming support in live streaming the whole event, who handled everything with patience. Last but not least, thank you so much, Nikita, Biswajit, Adil, and the whole Google Deferral Team India for having your backs no matter what. And so finally, we are at the moment everyone has been waiting for. We have the results from our ice-breaking sessions. So without any further delay, let's quickly announce our winners. And guys, these are the Twitter handlers. So I'll read out them to you. So Sirish Kumar, Stuti Jain, Naren Singh, Jatin Lakhani, SK Outside Hit, Parthiv, PDP Pradeep, Adi Sharma 610, Savik Khar, Deepak Kumar, Santosh Santosh Andial, Sahil Rahman, I think it's Celsia D, Prajwal Ankur, Santosh, Shubham Power, Kashyap, Arundhati Kandelkar, Richa, Maulesh, Sahil, Akash Kumar, Umesh Power, uh, what is the Pranay? Vishv Kaneria, okay, Sashi Jha, uh, Yogesh Gurjar, Nishita, Tanya Agarwal, Diksha Parswani, Mahesh Gaddam, Satyam, Dev Singh, Arkashish Sutradhar, Chirag Arora, Anmol Gupta, Yogesh, Ashutosh Dubey, and Avani. My hearty congratulations to all the winners. And we have a few guidelines for you guys. So the hoodies will be given to the people within India only, as we have mentioned earlier. Keep your Twitter open to the public so that we can directly reach out to you. Provide details within 8 days of contacting. The certification vouchers will be reimbursed only after you clear the certification exam. And so for any further feedback, you can write to us at feedback.cloudcommunities.in. And we would like to give the certificate of participation for everyone. And the code is like HNRG5.
So you go
With
and
that,
fill the feedback form.
yeah, so you're about to say something, Pranay.
Fill the feedback form, then fill the feedback form, enter the code, and that's how you generate your certificate of participation. That's how you get your certificate. So the code is HNRG5. Um, yeah, back to you, Vanda.
Yes. Yeah, so guys, please do follow our GDG community at gdg.community.dev to get more relevant events like this, like on cloud, on all the latest technologies by Google. And with that, we would like to wind up our session. So we would like to say a big,
No,
okay, okay, a big
no.
no. Okay, finally, a huge thank you to all the speakers and all the audience for spending your time with us, especially on a Saturday evening.
Catch you all at the next event. Until then, stay safe and stay tuned.